touch of this soft green here. Let it blend right into the water like it's always been there.
No! Ah, you stupid piece of... Why won't you just work?
Hi, everyone. There you go. As per usual on this channel, nothing works the way it's supposed to, but there you go. Because that's what I feel like sometimes. Like Bob Ross, just waiting to want to escape from my inner Bob Ross soul when I'm drawing and doodling and stuff like that. So welcome, everyone, to Huge Circles, where we just draw and we talk about stuff, and could be anything, could be nothing. Won't you be pleasantly surprised? So as my microphone right now is pretty much like falling off of its hinge right now. Anyway, so that going on, let's enjoy the show. Let's bring on some people, and yeah, let's do some doodling, shall we?
If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits?
And first and foremost, we got on the show, we got Mr. Al Nickerson. How's it going, Al?
It's going well. I like that clip that you showed of what's his name, Ross something Ross,
Bob Ross.
Bob Ross. Yeah. So that's like me when my iMac doesn't work properly with me when I very frustrating.
You start bashing things.
Well,
you damn
I might use
computer.
some language that I shouldn't be using.
Ah, well, that does happen. So, and speaking of when computers don't work, and getting frustrated with Photoshop, Tom, how's it going, man?
Yes. Oh boy, do I ever. You know, I'm looking at my. See, I'm a diehard Bob. We grew up in. I don't know. Maybe it was Canada. It was more so because we had PBS. Bob was on there. I got my pop figure of Bob right here holding his palette, and I got a Deadpool version dressed as Bob Ross, which is hilarious pop figure.
Nice.
But yeah, Photoshop, especially for PC, the icons are too small.
I know, right? I know. It's frustrating having to look at it on a PC, and after a while, I just basically gave up, and it's just accept my fate, looking at small icons on. I'm on. Really?
So annoying.
Nice. Love it. Well, let's see. First, before we start, I want to say hi to everyone that joined in. So we got Lord Thoth that happened to join in right now. Hail to you, Lord Thoth. Nice to see you. We got everybody's favorite polar bear of the north. We got Snortopoopas Cuber, who says hello to everyone out there, and nice to see you. And Vince Womack, my funny wrench, Vince Womack. How's it going, dude? I promise this time it actually will not be 5.5 hours. So I 100% promise. Vince Womack.
So he says.
So I say, yes, exactly. So who says like, share, comment, and subscribe? That's right, because if I don't, and if I make him sit through another 5.5 hours, yes, then he will probably tell everybody not to like, share, and subscribe and all that kind of stuff. So Franco Walker, how's it going, dude? Nice to see you here in the chat, my friend. Great that you can join us. So and who else we got here? Bill Barkley. He's more than meets the eye. Hi to Bill Barkley. Nice to see you, man. Let's see. Vince already with the funny. So theory, Bob Ross painted the place when he buried the bodies. Oh my God, no. That's okay. So this would support your theory. His happy little accidents.
Well, I say that video, you know, it's AI, right?
Oh,
but
yeah, of course.
I seen another version of Mr. Rogers talking with a bunch of rappers AI. I'm like, stop doing this to our childhood. No, they didn't say these things. I was so offended by the Mr. I was like, no, don't ruin my childhood. Damn it.
Oh man. No lie, it's going to be GH. Is that a 6 or a G? I don't know. It's going to be GH. I don't know. 6. Oh, it's 6 hours. Oh, it's going to be 6 hours. Okay. Yeah, no, I promise you whatsoever. It's not going to be. The Snowy Poopers wants to know 4 hours. No, it is not. So, particularly because today, it's going to be short because was invited by a friend to go and have dinner over at his place. So the family and I are going. So we've been invited to Sukkot, and for this year, and today is the last day of Sukkot. And for those of you who don't know, it is Feast of Trumpets. So on the Jewish calendar, so that's why it's not going to be 5.5 hours. So
and to every rest of the world here in Canada, tomorrow is our Thanksgiving. So
that's right. So we got Thanksgiving early, and it's just another day to have an extra day off. So of everything,
turkey and dressing too. Oh, turkey and dressing.
That's right. So that being said, let's get into some doodlings while we're chatting about stuff. And yeah, I kind of posted this, I suppose, while I was at it. Yeah, so I thought I'd just take a little bit of a page that I did, I think probably around maybe 1994, 95 or something like that, and just update it. So of the thing that we were talking about like last week, I think it was last week. So yeah, I just thought, so. I don't know.
Oh, I had to make a comment. I did after you asked me last night, and I do like it. She looks thicker than before. Then I noticed something later on in the evening. It looks like one of her arms has a lot of armpit hair.
Oh, yeah, I suppose. That's yeah. I get what you're talking about there. Yeah.
She forgot to shave that armpit there.
That's because she's secure in her masculinity.
How dare you?
I know.
The only thing that sort of stands out for me is that the black shape of her hair really gets lost in that black background.
It does. What I tried to do, if I can just zoom in here a bit, and I might correct this a bit. I tried to put little wisps of white, as you can see here, like along the hair, so you can kind of have a bit of an outline, right? Because what I did, like, over 30 years ago, I did this kind of like white outline around, around a black background. And I thought, okay, well, it does look pretty cool. So maybe I'll just make this thicker around the hairline.
Just a suggestion. Also, maybe make the window frame thicker, more white. That'll make it stand out, I think.
Oh yeah, you lose the window frame. Is this going to be in color?
No, I'm thinking about doing this probably in black and white in like traditional makeup form. I don't know. I really haven't gotten that far. I just kind of yesterday went to do a little bit of practicing and kind of like update like a kind of a page 1 kind of thing, just fooling around. And yeah, and that's kind of what I came up with. So yeah, but yeah, I think I might. Yeah, once you zoom out, you do kind of lose the hair, so I think I might make the white outlines just a little bit thicker. So yes, it is a hairy armpit. Sure, we'll go with that, Franco.
I like Tom's idea where if you just make the frame
thicker and whiter, more.
I would just make it white.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I might do that. I could probably do that.
I mean, it'll help, but I don't know if it's going to really fix the problem.
Yeah.
Usually in cases like this is that you just have a lot of highlight on the black hair that just separates, the black areas from one another.
Yeah.
Especially around where the black areas meet. So that's what I would.
Damn you, Bill. No, it's not armpit hair.
What have I done?
You. So, but yeah, it's definitely something I can correct. So, no, just thought I'd share so far what I am doodling away at, and just just updating it a little bit.
You
So
put more muscle tone into her, like I was saying when you showed me the original. She looked a little skinny,
yes,
but now she looks like she can actually kick ass now. So
there you go. Right.
I really
Yeah.
like the perspective on top there.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
It is pretty cool, huh? So
One of the things I found out when I think it was still in school or right after college, was that when you start adding like shadow, like black areas, like you did on the top there, everything stands
Right.
out. It looks like it has more mass to it.
yes,
yeah, it does, doesn't it?
But it seems like that. Yeah, you kind of like the anime and the manga stuff,
yeah,
which for me seems like, because when I was teaching and I had a lot of students that were really influenced by manga and anime, they would draw very much like this, where they weren't putting any black areas on their figures. There's like no shadows, no hatching or cross hatching or feathering at all. So, but I think it's usually because they're watching the anime, and which doesn't usually have black shapes like that.
Yeah.
No, because they go by they let the tones kind of do the work for it. Where in typically in North America, it's like it's all in the coloring and
sure,
and the inking process. It's just in Japan, it's just all about using tones and using your black and white values.
Well,
actually, now that
anime too.
Yeah, well, but even now that I think about it, when you think about it, even the mangas don't have that much cross hatching and more like it's more bland and like you said, tones as much. Yeah,
it is.
Well, yeah, so this is a combination of like North America and Asia, really, when you think about it.
Well, and that's kind of what I was thinking about like a few months ago. Like I want to do kind of like if there's a successful way to blend the two, right?
Yeah.
It'd be pretty interesting.
The background is more realistic. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. It's not done yet, but I just thought I'd do something with that. So, let's see. Today, as we're going to be chatting along and stuff like that, so and because time is short, and don't want to be behind on an invite and stuff like that. So, yeah, we're just gonna be doodling away while we're chatting about stuff, and just make behind her gray. I could probably do that, Franco. Could probably do that. What I can do if you just experiment and fool around and stuff like that, and if it seems to work, well, then it works. So Bill with the huge airy arm, so huge, supposed to keep you warm in the winter. And did you check out the timelines? Optimus Prime picks, definitely something a bit different. I think I have, because pictures have been circulating around about this, so it's different. It's if it's the one that I'm thinking of. So yeah, I believe I have checked them out. So so we got a couple of poses here fiddling around, and let's see. I was going
Somebody's running from a menacing monster of sorts.
Yes, exactly. So, because I think so far, what I've done, let's see, I did like kind of like Loch Ness monster kind of creatures, and let's see, that frogman. I think one time I did what was it, Medusa, and then we did this combination snail kaiju creature thing, thanks to Tina the Nutty Dragon, and I believe it was Vince. And let's see, not last week. What was it? The week before? Some I think it was like some asparagus man or celery man. So there was that, and
Is this a golem? I'm just guessing.
Ooh, you know what? You're close. So because I was going to go with like a
Hulk
Sasquatch.
smash.
It's kind of like I was actually thinking of Hulk when I was doing this, but I was going to do like Sasquatch.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, maybe more of the
Canadian.
North American or North.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Because
Yeah.
Gollum is more of the I don't know that I think it was Jewish folklore,
Jewish.
but you know.
Yeah, Jewish
Yeah,
folklore.
yeah.
So, yeah, I know that's why it's got the Hulk hair. Because it's
So
like-
where's the gal's right arm?
Oh, you know what?
that-
It's kind of like behind the hair. I know, right? And as soon as I was drawing that, I was like, "Oh crap! Yeah, that's right."
Right next to her, she's it's in her pocket, grabbing for a knife or something.
Yeah, that's right. So I thought, okay, just running away, because Sasquatch. So that's kind of what I was going for right here. So, and because I don't want to take up a lot of time today, just kind of sketching around, give me a rough idea of kind of what I want to do, and yeah, so just gonna make it look nice. So
Yeah, now that Al said it, I think she's a paraplegic now. She doesn't miss.
Yeah, exactly.
Where's that?
Well, you got most of the running part of the figure correct, because the arms and the legs are usually opposite. So
Yeah.
you got the left arm bent and then the right leg bent. You just got to see that right arm somehow.
Yeah, somehow.
Yeah.
So
Whether it's behind her or in front of her, I don't know.
yeah, see, because that's how.
Yeah, I saw what you were trying to do.
Yeah, this is how your arm would go anyway when you're like running, especially, especially when you're like running in a panic. So
Maybe it's straight out behind her, kind of.
yeah, because
might
your
be-
arm. Oh yeah, could do that.
Yeah,
That's an
like
idea.
bend that. Yeah, so bend that elbow or bend the forearm.
So more like outwards.
Well, like the last bit with her forearm, I would just
Oh, okay,
right
okay.
behind her, like Tom was saying.
Yeah.
Instead of
Yeah.
having it so bent like that.
So more like down.
Well, it's hard to say.
More behind her, kind of like.
Like what Tom was saying. Like
Yeah.
so, you go up to the elbow and just draw the arm straight back.
Okay, so more like this.
Yeah, like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So was
So
that
we'll-
what? So that's what you were saying too, as well, right, Tom?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's a good idea. But usually in these cases, I'll grab my, figure drawing book by Andrew Loomis. Yeah. See that that might look better. I don't know.
Let's see. Considering how arms go, if I put it slightly lower like that, because I don't think, at least not with me,
It still looks weird.
arms don't go perfectly straight.
Right.
But then again, yeah. See, because it we'll see what happens.
Well, you could always have it in front of her too, so it doesn't really matter.
Well,
I
that's
was
true,
thinking
too.
more. It's more angled downward against her back, like, and then bent at the elbow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Say that again.
Yeah,
It's
it's
more-
more against her back, behind her back, and it's go more angled downward, and then maybe you can have the elbow bent, and then the forearm coming in front. So you only have to do like the angle of. I'm pointing at the screen like you're seeing me, but
So like,
a little bit below her hair, so you see the elbow bend at least.
okay. All right. Let me see. So it would be.
I know it's going from the joint, figuring out where, but
Yeah.
yeah.
So because I'm thinking, like this, where your radius is,
Yeah. That
right?
was
So
Oh.
yep.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, because
Yeah, okay,
see a
something like
little
that.
bit of it. Yeah, at least it puts it in shot, and then you're like, okay, that looks
See, guys, this is why I got friends and a professional comic artist and stuff like that to point out my foibles.
So where have I heard that now? Foibles.
I know, I haven't used that word in such a long time. It just seems like a really good one.
Bulbous Bouffant. Wasn't that from Bulbous Bouffant?
I think maybe.
Yes, Bulbous Bouffant.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Detachable arm. So, yes, it's like a figure. Arm comes off, arm comes on. So, and he also says, yeah, you'd be able to see her elbow behind her.
Yeah.
True. So,
I had I'm sorry. No, I was just going to mention that, in college I had this, I don't know, well, some comic book people might remember Andre LeBlanc. He was a fairly famous comic book illustrator, I guess like 40s and 50s and maybe 60s. Yeah, so he was one of my teachers, and his big thing was anatomy, and he was a wonderful, wonderful guy. And Andre, so he would, how would I say it? So some teachers, you'd be in the classroom, and then you would bring your artwork to the teacher who was at the head of the class at the drawing board. But Andre would carry this big sheet of tracing paper, and he would sit next to each student. He would go through up and down the row, and he would say, what do you have to show me today? And he would just he would look at your work, he would rip out a sheet of tracing paper, and he would just start drawing over your artwork. But mostly he was focused on anatomy. And he was he had such great skill in drawing people, and it was like fantastic. But he also, I can't remember what year this was, but he had illustrated the Bible, and I can't remember the publisher's name. And it was just beautiful work. And then when I was teaching, because my students knew that I was a Christian, they actually, one of the students bought that book and brought it to class. And I'm like, that's one of my other teachers too. And it was just like, and I never saw the book before. And it was just like, it was gorgeous. But yeah, he did work for Will Eisner. He was working in Will Eisner's shop. And then Andre did a lot of stuff on his own, but he was so different from Will as far as teaching goes. But yeah, he was great. But yeah, he was like, his anatomy, his drawing skills for anatomy was like fantastic. So yeah, if he were still around and he was here right now, he could help you.
So what you're saying is, I get the next best thing.
No, not really. I would.
Oh, you're fabulous, Al. Yes, you do. Yes, you.
This is where you plug yourself and you say yes. Yes.
No. Well, that's very nice of you to say. Again, like I would always recommend getting some books by Andrew Loomis or Bern Hogarth, and those guys, they have there's some of their books are still in print based on anatomy, and their stuff is fantastic, especially like Andrew Loomis. I think he would fit better here because his stuff was a little bit more realistic than Bern Hogarth. And Bern Hogarth, he used to draw the Tarzan comic strip, and he also was one of the founders of the School of Visual Arts Wales.
Yes, Vince, you focus on certain anatomy too. So
mentioning illustrating, you made me think of something now when you mentioned illustrating the Bible. Has anybody ever read through the Book of Kells? Isn't that just?
I don't know. Is that part of the Apocrypha?
I'm not sure, but it's a beautiful. We actually had in Fredericton when I went to our college. We went to the university, UMB, and they had like a version of it up there. You can't touch it, and the person touching it has to wear white gloves. But it's such a beautiful. The illustrations in the Book of Kells is just.
I never even heard of that. Oh,
you've never heard? Oh my gosh, yeah, it was done by I think 800 AD by monks and by Celtic monks. It's
wow
to tie in with the Gospels. So yeah. It's beautiful artwork. Oh yes, it's amazing.
So do you know where? Because it sounds Celtic.
It is Celtic. Yeah, the manuscript. It's 4 Gospels of the New Testament, along with other text and what have you. But it's written in Latin. But the illustrations on it, it's mostly about the artwork that's done, illustrated by these monks. Wow. I think it was done in England. I think, or Ireland around it. I'd have to look deeper into it, but it's beautiful artwork to do with the New Testament. Oh, it's just amazing.
And that was at your college?
Well, yeah, they had it in the university up from the college. They had a version of it. You can buy them, but they're super expensive, and you can't touch it, and the person touching it is wearing white gloves, and They're very rare, but yeah, it's a beautiful thing. You can look it online. The Book of Kells, Kells. It's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, I love some of that medieval artwork.
Yeah, and it's tied in with the Gospel, the New Testament, so it's really just done by monks. So yeah,
I like that. See, because it to me, I mean, aside from it being actual history, right? If you know what I mean, it's how should I put it? Wait a minute, did I? Okay, yeah.
It was written in 800 AD. So
wow.
Yeah.
To me, it's just basically a history of the art, right? Of how far things have come from from like a lot of the old artwork, compared to now, right? My mom has this. She's got this old Bible from Germany as well, and I forget what year it is, but I know it's like probably almost like 100 years old and stuff like that. But it's got artwork in there, and of course, the old calligraphy and everything like that. It's calligraphy in itself is just an artwork of writing.
I love calligraphy.
I love that stuff. So yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff.
Here, just a quick the Book of Kells is an illuminated manuscript of 4 Gospels written in Latin and created around 800 AD. It was done in Ireland. It was Irish monks. So yeah, but it's mostly known for the book is most famous for its full-page illuminations, incantation spirals, and just the beautiful lettering and how it's a piece of art. It is beautiful.
the Book of Kells.
Kells, yes, but yeah. Hello.
How's it going, Gap? Nice to see you, dude. And he says, yeah, funny you guys are talking about religion. I just got through watching The Seventh Sign with Demi Moore. It's The Seventh Sign.
I saw that when it came out, late 80s, maybe.
I'm trying to remember. I know that sounds
much of it, though.
familiar. I like Demi Moore. Seventh Sign. I'm just wondering if I watched that way back when. Huh. But yeah, there you go. Oh, I think I know what that movie's about. I just gotta remember, but right now just distracted. Vince Womack who is shocked. Bloody hell, my Amazon is asking 30 euros for Andrew Loomis's Kindle ebooks. Dang.
How much? So how much was that? Like $25?
I think that's probably like maybe double.
Wow.
Would it be in Canadian or American?
$5. What the heck? It's actually free. So
it's very expensive for an ebook. So he says ebooks plural. So I don't know if that means just each or all of them together, maybe.
Oh yeah, I wonder. Yeah, Vince, is that like just one or more than one or series? So
when I discovered
there we go.
Yeah, that was like fantastic. But like in the mid 80s, like outside of comics, like the first guy whose artwork I really liked, and he was a contemporary at the time, was Patrick Nagel. So like in 84 maybe.
Oh, really?
But he did, like, if you saw his work, you would know it. And it was really popular, like, in the 80s. And it was, like, acrylic painted women. Paintings, not painting on women. And, like, they would be all white, flat. Like, their flesh would just be all white, really flat, really black hair. And, he did the cover for a Duran Duran album called Rio.
Oh, nice.
But if you ever saw
it, really?
You would know what his stuff was like. But yeah, I think he died in 85. He had a heart attack. But yeah, when I started college, I got his art book, and it was just like all of his prints. And I actually, somebody I was dating at the time bought me one of his prints in frame. And I no longer have that, sadly. But yeah, Patrick Nagel, like his
because I think he was the same guy that did like all of these. What was it like? All the pictures that you would generally find in like hair salons during the 80s.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
that same guy.
Yeah,
that same
his
guy.
stuff. And he, well, I probably shouldn't say this, but he also did some illustrations for Playboy. Kind of racy. That was kind of racy stuff.
Well,
but
yeah.
He'd take photographs of, because he worked for models, and he would take photographs of the models, and then he would draw it in pencil on canvas, and then he would paint it in acrylic ink. But it was all, or acrylic paint, I'm sorry. And it was all like flat. It was like all just flat, like the colors are flat. Like it was just beautiful stuff. And his line, his ink line, the black outlines, it kind of looked like comic book inking. So I think that's why I really gravitated towards that. But his stuff, yeah, that was great.
I think he was also kind of like slightly influenced by Sorayama. I think I might have that wrong. You know, the one that did you know, the pictures of the you know, robot women, you know, that was like oh so famous. I think it was Sorayama. I think that was the name. But anyway, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about now.
Sure.
So yeah, his and no shading again, no shading.
Exactly.
So that's the other thing too. So Gap, yeah, Seven Son is 1988 American apocalyptic horror starring Demi Moore as Abby Kenya, a pregnant woman who discovers she and her unborn child are central to unfolding of the apocalypse as foretold in the book of Revelation. Yeah, now I remember that movie exactly. So yeah, it's and let's see, Franco, I tried Snotty, but my hands shakes too much. It's been like that since I was about 4. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, because you and Snort, said you did calligraphy. My mom too. She practiced around with that. So anyway, okay, so I gotta get drawing here because I'm just talking while just showing a picture. So yes, shall we get to the huge circles kind of thing? So it's not about the upper torso all the time. It's about muscles too. So those are kind of elongated circles. Sorry guys, I know, but but speaking of circles, so I guess we probably won't be seeing a Wonder Woman in the new James Gunn DCU because that's all falling apart.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's falling apart faster than a bridge doused in gasoline and lit on fire by a
pyromaniac.
By a pyromaniac, right? With napalm. So
yeah.
Oh yeah. It's apparently James Gunn is out at DC with the Warner Brothers sale. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wait, how did I miss this? So
it's all over.
All right, give me the cliff notes really quick.
But did the sale happen yet though?
Okay. Not yet. Okay, so here's what's going on. So because Superman bombed obviously financially, right?
Yeah.
And Peacemaker season 2 is just flopping with fans.
I haven't even watched it, and I'm not going to. Nope.
No, neither am I. There was an insider that basically leaked some information about the state of the whole DCU under James Gunn, right? So the short of it is that James Gunn will be out as the head of the DCU with the Warner Brothers sale, right? So now, if David Ellison from Skydance Paramount buys Warner Brothers, Mike DeLuca will be in charge of DC and do a completely new start.
Yes.
So, yeah, again, right?
So just hire Snyder and refinish his universe. It never got finished.
So what you're saying is that Discovery is going to sell Warner Brothers to somebody else.
Well, if Warner Brothers takes the deal by Paramount, then everything is done. It's all done. Done. Right.
It's funny because right before the new Superman movie came out, I was talking to a local comic book shop owner, And he actually brought this up, and he was saying that they might sell Warner Brothers depending on how Superman does. And
yeah,
I don't know. I guess, I mean, there was a lot of buzz about the new Superman movie. I heard that it did well, so I don't know. So, but
I don't know.
Saying that it didn't do well.
No, it didn't.
No. They conflated a lot of the numbers. It didn't do as good as they.
Yeah. Bill, no, it's actually not the Hulk. It's kind of, I suppose, in the back of my head, I modeled it off the Hulk, but in the story that I want to tell, this is actually going to be Sasquatch. So
I think people are thrown off by his hair. And huge. He shouldn't have the spiky hair.
Yeah, I know, right? So it's just in the back of my head, I was drawing spiky hair because I was thinking Hulk, but I would have used it as Sasquatch, because all the reports of Sasquatch, he's huge and muscular and towering over people. So,
but did James Gunn have plans for Wonder Woman?
He did. He was going to put out a show or movie called Amazons. So, and Gap, with the potential sale of Warner Brothers to either Skydance or someone else, which I don't think should be Skydance because they'll control everything. But that definitely will be the end of James Gunn. Yeah, no, exactly. So, and Bill says, speaking of Gunn, disappointed ending to Peacemaker. I bet it was. So huge thing at the end. Oh, I bet. So yeah. So the thing is, Gunn apparently recently said he's doing whatever he wants with DC. See, and that's a big problem. Because, how many times have we always heard like, oh, I'm a big fan. But he's doing what every other person does with a property, and I'm going to basically insert myself, right? So because Creature Commandos and Peacemaker failed to chart on the Nelson ratings because it doesn't have a big audience, because let's face it, that episode 1 of Peacemaker, like, yikes. And Gunn trying to make a weird claim that season 2 was supposed to be or meant to be a sequel to Superman. I mean, that was BS. Let's face it. It's his whole approach, and I suppose we all kind of knew it was going to happen, was all about diversive messaging, and it split the entire fan base. So what ends up happening, if you split the fan base, well, then a lot of money is not going to be coming in. And then what happens when a lot of money doesn't come in? Your show or your movie is a complete flop. So, he's getting all his friends and his wife. I mean, they're all getting big paychecks, before Warner Brothers sells. But I don't think he really gives a damn, because as long as he makes that like a bandit, he's just going to be perfectly happy. So if the sale goes through, Gunn is out, and apparently, the news is that Mike DeLuca and Pam Abdi re-signed with Warner Brothers, and apparently Deadline was saying they basically said it's because of the sale of Warner Brothers Discovery. So David Ellison is looking to purchase Warner Brothers Discovery, and David Zaslav is putting people in place where Ellison wants. So that means Ellison wants DeLuca and Abdi in charge of Warner Brothers Films. So we're just going to have to wait and see.
So what does this have to do with Skydance? I guess I just don't know.
Because Paramount Skydance is looking to acquire Warner Brothers.
Oh, all right.
So they put in a bid. So whether or not that goes through, or that actually happens, whether or not Warner Brothers says, sure, okay, we'll just have to wait and see.
Oh, did you say David Ellison?
Yeah.
All right, so that makes sense, because I'm double checking on Google. So John Lasseter is a producer over there at Skydance, and it says that the CEO of Skydance Media is David Ellison, who I don't know. But John Lasseter, he used to work for Pixar, so him and Brad Bird and those guys and The Incredibles. But then he got canned by I don't even want to go into the details about that. But then John Lasseter ended up over at Skydance.
Hey, Fat, how's it going, man? Nice to see you, dude. Yeah, it just seems like he just can't catch a break. I think it was just a fluke with Guardians of the Galaxy that made him all popular. So, and we don't want Skydance to become a monopoly. Nah, I mean, I gotta agree with you on that.
The only interest I have in any of this stuff is like the business side of things. I have no hope for anything that Marvel or DC or Disney or Discovery, Warner Brothers actually produces. Like I don't watch or read any of their content. I don't have any hopes that it's going to be anything good. I don't really care about the superhero movies or anything like that. I'm just more I just have more of an interest in the business side of things, who owns what sells where, and that sort of stuff, and how that might even affect the comic book industry. Like, I have no hope for Marvel Comics or DC Comics, but I have a concern that whatever decision making that does take place, how that actually affects, comic book stores and comic book publishers and, like the indie guys and the marketplace. But I don't think any of this is bad for independent comic book creators. Like Marvel and DC falling and crashing and burning. I mean, that only helps me.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of other independent creators.
No, just
there,
me.
So. Oh, okay, fine.
But it's weird because it's like when I started working in comics in '94, like all the indie guys were saying, they would always trash Marvel and DC, which rightfully so, because Marvel and DC have had a I hear the train again. Have had a terrible history of treating writers and artists.
Right.
Yeah, so we were always looking forward to the day when Marvel and DC would actually fall apart and crash. And keep in mind, I was working for them at that time, but I was also doing indie stuff. But now that we have this opportunity where we, as indie comic book creators and people who are producing creator-owned material, there's a lot more opportunity for us now. Like, as in regards to distribution, reaching out to our fan base, self-publishing, printing our own stuff, and not have to worry about editors or anything like that. This is probably the best time that I've ever seen for indie comic book creators. And what bugs me more, so that's all good. What bugs me more, though, is that I do see a lot of the indie guys squabbling amongst each other, and that I don't like. Because we used to be unified and Marvel and DC bad, we good. But now, like, some comic book creators and animators, they're fighting amongst themselves. And I don't think that helps our cause if we have one.
No, well, yeah, true. And hey, Joe Doug, nice to see you, man. What's up? Fun fact: Spider-Man is a dangerous vigilante hero because the public perception sees Spider-Man as a menace. True. Well, at least back in the 60s. I don't know if that's still a thing now.
Yeah.
That they see him as a menace. Probably not. They used to.
Yeah. James Jonah.
I want more pictures of Spider-Man. So. But anyway, yeah, so this is kind of what, like, I was just fooling around with a cover, originally. So, I got Mothman, I got, like my Chupacabra down in the bottom and, like Loch Ness Monster kind of thing. And then a little creature over from Korea that I wanted to fiddle around with. I'm trying to remember what it was, but yeah, so this was my Bigfoot kind of thing, right? So I had the short hair thing going on there.
But that's Bigfoot, though. He has the hair, so
Yeah, exactly. So that's why. Also, I had the short hair thing going, but you can kind of see it's like kind of hulkish.
Yeah.
Kind of. Oops. Yeah.
But
sort of.
But isn't
big and lumbering?
But isn't Bigfoot the same creature as Sasquatch?
They are.
Yes.
Named differently in different parts of the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because in Canada you call them Sasquatch.
Well, apparently that's what the natives.
Yeah, parts of the world it's called a Yeti, others Sasquatch, others Bigfoot. So yeah.
But then when Sasquatch goes over the border and comes down to the States, he's called Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Excellent.
For all you colonial, you call him Bigfoot.
Well, so you're going to have to call him Bigfoot soon there, folks in Alberta.
Damn it. So,
Right, so
okay. So,
well, I was just wondering. So, did you bring up the Wonder Woman?
No, it's all good.
For a reason?
Oh yeah, well, yeah, because it looks like with James Gunn out and all his plans for doing the rest of the shows, like Supergirl and the Green Lantern thing, and saying because it looks like Swamp Thing might be like taking a powder as well, because what was it, Mangold,
let's be honest,
is going off to
everything's taking
Skydance.
a power. So
Yeah, that there won't be the Amazon show, and I know a lot of you guys, especially in the chat, were really hoping for that kind of thing. But
well, I mean, Girls on an Island.
Here's the.
I'm not going to say it would have been bad, but anyway.
Well, exactly, right. But here's the thing: with James Gunn making the whole thing about the message in Superman and Peacemaker and Creature Commandos, then they would just he would just go into the whole entire history of Wonder Woman and the Amazons, and probably bring out what William Marston, the creator and writer of Wonder Woman, and his wife and and his girlfriend, were kind of into, which would have worried me a little bit. So,
well, a lot of people don't really know the real history behind the creation of Wonder Woman and the lifestyle of the people involved. And I know that Robert Kirkman did that series on AMC, The Secret History, or Robert Kirkman's Secret History of Comics. And he had one episode 2, which was all about William Moulton Marston and his family and the creation of Wonder Woman. And I watched that years ago on Amazon, or not Amazon, AMC. And it's just all creepy. And here's a couple of weird things. A lot of people don't know about the creepiness of the origins of Wonder Woman. But even when they were working on the Wonder Woman comics back then, and they had all this weird stuff in the books, they were getting some heat from readers about that kind of content, but the sales kept going up. So I would actually recommend, as creepy as it is, even check out the Robert Kirkman's Secret History of Comics. All the episodes are good. I think the first one's based on Marvel, and maybe that was the third one. But there's one based on Superman and Marvel, and one on Image, which was really good. But the Wonder Woman stuff, you learn all this history about William Marston, his wife Elizabeth Marston. So I was actually rewatching that episode from the Robert Kirkman show, and then I was doing some research on Olive Byrne. So Olive Byrne was the girlfriend that was living with the Marston family. And they had 4 kids together. So William Marston was the father of these 4 children, and the wife had 2 kids. The girlfriend, Olive Byrne, had 2 kids. So a lot of people who work in comics actually understand the history of this. But then I was doing some research on Olive Byrne, and apparently her mother was Alpha Byrne, and who was the sister of Margaret Sanger. And if people follow Planned Parenthood and all that history, they realize that Margaret Sanger was one of the founders of what became the Planned Parenthood. And Ethel Byrne, her sister, who was Olive Byrne's mom, both created this clinic, this organization that became Planned Parenthood. So when I found out that bit of history, I shouldn't have been surprised, but it was very disturbing. So the kind of stuff that it was all this really weird. I don't even know what words I actually can say on YouTube, so I'll probably refrain. But they had a lot of people would say an open marriage, and then they had this woman live with them, and then they had the 4 children. The 2 children by Olive Byrne, like they never knew for a long time who their real dad was, and it was William Marston. And William Marston died. Man, when did he die? Sometime in the 50s. But after he died, and he died of cancer, Olive Byrne and Elizabeth Marston still lived together for like decades. And the connection to Planned Parenthood and abortion, and all of them supporting women's suffrage, the suffragette movement, and women's lib, and killing babies, and all this like really creepy, evil stuff. It's like, for me as a Christian and a conservative, I find all that stuff really troubling, and I can't stand it. And the thing is that I'm watching this Robert Kirkman episode about Wonder Woman, and they're interviewing like the woman who directed, the Wonder Woman film, some people that work in comics, even the granddaughter of Olive Byrne. But the granddaughter, she was actually great. So that's why I think there's a lot of legitimacy about what was told in this documentary, if some of that information actually came from the family. But but the Hollywood folks and the comic book folks talking about this lifestyle, it sounded like they were saying it was all like good stuff. Like they were progressive and they were liberated, and they had all these kids, and it was wonderful, and they were all loving, and all this creepy, crazy, evil stuff. And like all these Hollywood and comic book people in this documentary are supporting this stuff, and they're saying how great it was. And I'm watching it, and then I do this other research, and I'm like getting mad. I'm like, this is all creepy and evil and wicked stuff. But it bugs me. Like, so they had this image of Wonder Woman being, a feminist icon. Even like Linda Carter was interviewed for this documentary.
Of course she was.
Yeah, exactly. And Linda Carter is not a conservative. So yeah, it's all evil stuff. This stuff should not be hailed as something that's good and wonderful and some certain social moral standard in which we all should live, because it's not. It's all evil, wicked stuff. And the abortion stuff with the Planned Parenthood, when I discovered that last night, that's when I posted what I posted on our Facebook today. It was like one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was just like, and people don't know about this stuff.
Yeah, it's really weird.
It's creepy.
No, that's the weird thing.
Those
right?
early issues of Wonder Woman, like there's like Wonder Woman's getting tied up, and they have even like a scene with, they call it baby parties, and like in this 1930s, late 30s, early 40s Wonder Woman story.
Yeah,
that's the kind of stuff that really creepy thing was doing.
See, because when you realize, because I'm not gonna lie, I liked Wonder Woman when I was a kid, right? I did like the comic a bit, and no, exactly, right? Nobody knew about this kind of stuff, right? But then to learn later on that that they had connections to like Margaret Sanger, to Planned Parenthood, because let's face it, Margaret Sanger was definitely not a saint whatsoever by far.
Right. Olive Byrne's
because
aunt, who supported eugenics, who supported abortion, who had thought it would be wonderful to get rid of black people in America. Who actually would criticize the Nazis, except for the part of the idea of having concentration camps. She actually thought that was a great idea. Margaret Sanger. For black people and every other type of person that wasn't white, right? Right. So where are all the liberals now? Like, why aren't they outspoken about stuff like that?
Well, because that would just destroy their entire narrative,
And it should be destroyed.
But it's kind of weird. I mean, how we ended up at first talking about what the Romans did and what the Greeks did and stuff like that. When we kind of joking around like with Caligula and stuff like that. It's bizarre because this is like some of the weird, I shouldn't say weird, but very questionable stuff that's, like what the Greeks did, when it came to, because back in the ancient past, it was actually a capital punishment to essentially abort your kid. It was a capital crime, because they needed a population to upkeep an empire, and to do that, you put essentially, I suppose you could kind of say, your empire in jeopardy by not having kids.
And this was the Greeks you were saying?
Well, it was the Greeks. It was also the Romans.
Really? Okay.
And it was a capital offense to do that kind of thing, right?
Oh.
So, yeah, and it was actually depending on the empire at the time, it was punishable by death. So,
can I still like Wonder Woman and not? I don't care for this stuff.
You can still like Wonder Woman.
No, you can't.
No.
How dare you? Well, actually, I wanted Tom's opinion on this because Mike and I were just hammering.
Well, I'm grabbing that series you mentioned,
it.
by the way, The Secret of Comics. I didn't even hear about that, but I'm grabbing it now, so I'll watch that later.
Yeah, it's on AMC. So there's a couple episodes that I was kind of like, but the Image episode was great. The Marvel method was really good about Stan Lee and Jack Kirby's working relationship. And they all like they're produced by different studios because they all look differently. And the Wonder Woman one is like I will say it's well done, like the acting and the way it looks is done, but the content itself, like the messaging, was just awful. And just listen to all the people they interviewed for the Wonder Woman one. It's crazy. But yeah, so anyway, go ahead, Tom.
Well, first, can I ask something about what he's doing here at the moment? I've been, since you guys have been talking, I've been noticing something. Go up to his hands for a sec again, if you can.
Right.
I don't think you see his fingernails the way it seems awkwardly holding his hands. I'm like, what do you see? What is he doing? I don't.
It's kind of like it's kind of like how you have your arms back, but your hands are how should I put it? Like curled back.
Just confusing the way I'm trying to do it myself. I'm like, how is he doing?
So his thumbs would go over his fingers, though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Yeah.
It throws me off. That's all. Just a little bit. That's just like...
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, because the thumb would be, kind of like here, and it'd be going into the hand, kind of like this, right?
It should cover the first fingers.
And yeah, I probably should do that, but anyway.
Oh, well, I was actually looking at the other hand too when.
Oh, yeah. So, wait a minute. What did I do?
Yeah, without the thumb, it looks awkward. With the thumb, it would make it look,
Yeah, that's right. So, because now I'm actually doing this in real life. Okay, yeah. So, because thumb would be here, and yeah, it'd be something like that. Okay.
I think it's on the thumb's on the other side.
Oh, damn it! You're right.
Oh.
Yeah.
And you want the thumb on the outside of the fingers, not on
right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, wait. Thumb would be on this side.
Yeah, and it would be over the other fingers just a little bit.
Yeah. That's right.
Unless I don't know what you're doing. Okay.
All
right.
It's kind of like.
All right. So, Tom, what you were saying about?
Okay. Yeah. What were you? What? Can't even talk. What is it you wanted to know? Yes, you were asking.
Oh, well, Mike and I were just talking about this stuff, and I was getting a little upset, and I just wanted to know your view on that, and what you thought, and because
it's hard to really say. Like, I mean, I'm with you guys on most of that, so yeah, 100%, and it is disturbing per se. I at least it's hard to follow. Like I said, can I still like Wonder Woman? Yes, because I have to withdraw a lot of that stuff out and stuff. The actual stuff where it was derived from, it is messed up. Yes, a lot of it is. If we break down the history of so many different things, there's a lot of evil in a lot of things that we like and stuff today, and I have to separate so many things from that to enjoy a lot of things nowadays. You find out, oh, this person did this or that did that, and it's getting worse nowadays. You're like, you know what I mean? And it's like a lot of our heroes are sickos and stuff. It's like, oh, damn it, like can I still like some of the content of their product? Like, I'll give it for instance, as a pro wrestling fan, I used to wrestle myself. After Chris Benoit did what he did and killed his family and everything, I can't watch any of his matches again. I never can. Like, I mean, it was disturbing of what he did. If you ever read up on the thing, and it's just like, and we hear about the history of where this derived from. It's like I don't know much about it, so like I said, I'll watch this documentary and then watch all that. It's only one season too. That's too bad. There'd probably be a lot more stories you could tell. But I'm gonna watch it with an open mind. But can I still like something because of the past history? Maybe, like I said, as for Chris Benoit, I could never watch another match of his ever again because of what he did, killed his family, and I don't blame the CTE. I'm sorry. That is a reason. And he is still one of the guys that I would have catered my style after. We were both fans of the Dynamite Kid, but as a person, it's disturbing, So,
well, it is.
Yeah, it is. And then
the
something
really weird thing about it is, sorry, not mean to.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
No, but I mean, the really weird thing is because as soon as you think about it, like really think about it, because I mean, what was that? Wonder Woman came out in around the mid? Oh God, I gotta think now. 30s.
Been a while.
Late
30s,
mid
40s.
30s.
Totally different era too.
Like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you think about it, like there was a bit of an agenda even that far back.
There always has been
going on then.
Well, Max Gaines,
really freaky, disturbing thing.
Well, Max Gaines was the publisher of All Star Comics back then. This is before All Star Comics and National or DC actually merged together with all their characters. Max Gaines actually, he was very critical about all this weird stuff that was in those earlier Wonder Woman stories. But I'm trying to address what Tom was saying. I think the thing with Wonder Woman, like all this stuff, like the rope and the bondage stuff, and especially in that couple early stories with the baby parties, that alone would make me not interested in the Wonder Woman stuff, because like some of that still exists within the character. Like she still has the lasso, and so I mean, I can't speak for Tom or like how Tom should like Wonder Woman or not, but I have a hard time. Well, I don't like anything, so so it's not. So that's why it's easy for me to like not see these movies and stuff.
Right. I don't like anything.
I don't.
Don't be such a brood, Al. No, I'm kidding.
Well, it's more like I'm just tired of secular stuff. I'm tired of Hollywood. I don't trust people.
I get it.
I think Wonder Woman, when you know more about the history of the creators and their lifestyle and stuff, and you see some of that in their work and in their creation, I think that's more really disturbing. But yeah, I mean, I don't watch any of this stuff anyway.
I mean, because let's put it this way, with everything going on with, over in a certain piece of real estate. Well, actually, first of all, let me get to some of the chat here. Let's see. Yeah, he's all fingers and thumbs. Joe Dog, Gilman enjoyed hanging out and teaming up with Batman in the comics and Brave and the Bold. Well, yeah, no, that's true. I mean, I know that for some people they can separate Joe, and we can kind of separate the art from the actor, so to speak. Wonder Woman came out in October 1941. Wow, so many years ago. Jeez, hard to.
I guess if you don't mind me interjecting quickly, I recently found out, like, I don't know this artist, but musicians have a very dark history. We look at music. Would you stop listening to a band for the history? And I recently found out there was a musician that was in jail for essay reasons, and not just women, but babies. It's disgusting. So he was found dead, and that's the kind of death that I'm like, okay, I don't mind that. Okay, yeah, he deserved it. Does that sound wrong? It was a baby. Yes, I don't feel bad for that.
Was that just recent? Because I think I read something about that.
Yeah, it was just recent actually. And now, like the opposite, when people were cheering when Charlie died, that was disgusting. He was a good man. He stood up for. I was like, what are you wrong? Now some people were cheering when this guy died. I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't mind that. So he's anything to do with babies and children and stuff, and just people in general. That's a sick piece of trash, Sure. So, but could I ever still listen to music? Now, I don't think I ever I don't know who he was, but a hypothetical. If I liked his music, I would stop listening to his music. If you're known for that, there's extreme things, But I guess if I followed something for so long and didn't know of their evils, and then it came out after I've already listened to, that'd be harder. But I can see why you would stop listening. And if you find out they were that low and disgusting of a human. So it depends, I guess, on the crimes and how dark and evil it was. Like something like that is just, I can't even think of the word, irrehensible or whatever. You know what I'm talking about, but it's just, yeah. So, but yeah. It's hard to pinpoint exactly how far it could go. Like if I still love the art, loving art in general is so diverse because the history of the artists, great artists. Like, do we know, my two favorite artists are, H.R. Geiger and Salvador Dali. That's the two that inspire me as an artist. I love those two. And, but I don't know much. We go on. None of them have a dark history. Dolly was a little bit different, But I mean, would I change if I found out more? Hard to say. But yeah,
because didn't Dolly have a wife who was seeing other people?
Yeah, that was very open. They were of the very alternative lifestyle, I think, and Dolly was in that very swinger club, I think, type thing. So as a person, didn't seem like but I loved his art. It inspired me. Geiger, well, we've probably all seen Geiger's work in the movies, but his work outside of there was amazing as well. I always thought.
I think the weird thing also is that, well, especially now with the internet and hindsight and looking back at history, we see these things. I think people with no real moral code, this stuff wouldn't bother them. Like, again, like some of the people that were interviewed for this Robert Kirkman documentary on Wonder Woman. Like, none of that stuff phases them or bothers them. They actually think it's a good thing. But most people just want to go to the movies. They don't understand the history of comic books or how, comic book creators' rights or how comic book writers and creators, artists were treated. So they don't think about these things. They don't really know. And even for, like, decades, some people... Like Stan Lee wasn't always this famous guy that a lot of people think of nowadays. I think Stan Lee became more famous, when he started having cameos in all these Marvel movies. But even then, like, no one knew who Jack Kirby was. Like, when I would talk to people who weren't into comics, but like the movies, and knew who Stan Lee was, I'm like, well, do you know who Jack Kirby was? And like, they had no clue. So one of the good things about teaching this kind of stuff is to educate young artists about the history of comics and who like I would do a whole class like on Jack Kirby and Will Eisner and Patrick Nagel and Norman Rockwell and like all these great guys. So I think it's really important, especially because I had students that love Stan Lee. And then I remember I was driving along, I had the radio on, and I heard about the announcement of Stan Lee dying. And then the next class, one of my students came in and he was all upset. He was like, "Professor Nickerson, did you hear about Stan Lee?" And I was like, yeah, he died. And the kid was almost crying in class. And just like, do you ever not listen to anything I actually ever have to say? Because I don't have a whole lot of good things to say about Stan Lee. I have a lot of wonderful, great things to say about Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko and those guys who I think actually created and wrote these stories. And Stan Lee just took all the credit. So, but I also didn't always have that opinion. Like, I used to read the Jack Kirby Collector in the early 2000s, and I had to stop reading the Jack Kirby Collector because they were bashing Stan Lee too much. But then I did my research, and I realized that a lot of the credit in regards to creating these characters and writing these stories really had to go to people like Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko and Wally Wood and those guys, and not so much Stan Lee. Anyway. So no, Tom, you can no longer enjoy Wonder Woman. How dare you?
I always say Stan Lee is like the Steve Jobs of Marvel. He was. Steve Jobs did not do a lot of the stuff for Apple. It was actually people behind the things that I still got to watch that actually, Vince, Popeye the Slayer, man. I got that on a hard drive somewhere. It looks amazing. Man. But yeah, no, like I always said, Stan Lee was a good front man. He knew how to sell. He could sell the crowd, and he was good at that. And sort of like Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs didn't do a lot of the stuff at Apple. He did some. He wasn't an idiot by any means, but he was more the front man. There was the people doing the programming behind him. And notice when he died, Apple went downhill because they didn't have a promotion. They didn't have a guy pushing how to promote the product, and the product's not as good as people said. I own an Apple. I own Apple products, but they're overpriced. You can get the same thing for Androids or PCs. Or,
for sure.
So it's about the person in front, and Stan could sell. Stan knew how to sell something. He was not afraid to be in front of the camera. Now, did he create some stuff? Yeah. But no, there's so many other guys that deserve the credit that never got it. And like you said, Jack Kirby and then so many others. So, but Stan was a good front man, as I would say. I always put him that. He's the guy who sold the stuff, but he wasn't the man who did everything behind the, the scenes, of course. So.
Well, didn't Steve Jobs, like, he was fired from Apple and then he came back?
Yeah.
And wasn't he the guy who came up with the idea of doing the original iMacs, home computer stuff?
I think he might have came up with the ideas, but the guy that was I can't think of his name now. He did a lot of the programming behind the scenes. I can't think of his name right now, and he never got a lot of the credits. The name is blanking me out here, but I mean, Steve's, well, like I said, he wasn't stupid. He did some of the programming, certain things, but it was somebody else doing the majority of the lifting behind the scenes. But Steve just knew how to sell, because he was a good talker. He could sell you into buying anything, an Eskimo ice cream, if you will. So
the only interaction I ever had. Well, I was going to say the only interaction I ever had with Stan Lee was, well, I'll say a couple of good things about Stan Lee, then I'll say some more bad things about Stan Lee. I think Stan Lee started working for Martin Goodman, who was a relative of his, before World War II. He was a gopher for Jack Kirby and Joe Simon, who were working in-house at the time.
Right. And
he stayed with the company for the rest of his life. But what did Stan Lee create in the 1940s or the 1950s? He created Millie the Model in the 50s. Like Marvel, well, it wasn't really Marvel yet. It was still Timely and then Atlas.
Timely.
At that time, it started out as Timely, But Martin Goodman owned other publishing outlets as well. He wasn't just publishing comics. He was doing magazines. But Stan Lee didn't create anything in the 50s. It's like only in the 60s when Marvel was folding, and then Jack Kirby came back in 59 that, they created all these great characters. And I think, but the problem also is that Stan Lee always took the credit, and which is why Jack Kirby left, which is why Steve Ditko left. And Steve Ditko did get plotting credit in the Spider-Man issues, but he wasn't compensated for it. So that was another issue. But yeah, Stan Lee was a great, spokesperson for the company. He created this character that we all know as Stan Lee. When they were doing the early Marvel cartoons where they were swiping artwork from the comics, Stan Lee did a promo, like a little trailer. And if you watch it, it's really old. It's like 63, I think, or around there.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't even recognize Stan Lee. It's before Stan Lee was wearing his toupee. It was before his mustache. He was all like calm. He was wearing a suit. He wasn't like this very exuberant kind of guy, this character that he created in the letters pages in the Marvel, the Stan Lee soapbox in the comics. But if you ever come across that video, it's actually on YouTube. You can watch that trailer for the cartoon shows. See how he really was. But yeah, he created this character and he became that character. He was a very good editor. I will say that. Like I think he was a good editor. Other than the stealing of stuff, I think he actually was a very good editor. But he never really liked comics. Like Stan Lee wanted to go out to Hollywood and work on film and television, and that's why when Martin Goodman sold Marvel and they wouldn't let Stan Lee go to Hollywood until Stan Lee found somebody to replace him, and I think that was sometime in the early 70s. And then Roy Thomas took over. But so the whole stealing of the stuff, that stuff I don't like. But there's a couple of great books on this topic about Stan Lee. One is called, it's by Abraham Reisman, The Rise and Fall of Stan Lee. It's a biography on Stan Lee that came out like 3 years ago. It's one of my all-time favorite books, not just books on comics. And Tomorrow's Publishing published a book called Kirby Lee Stuff Said, which has quotes from Jack Kirby, Stan Lee, Steve Ditko, all these guys at Marvel and DC in chronological order and what they were doing at the time through their whole history. And it's all color coded. It's like the quotes from Stan Lee, I think, are in red, and the quotes from Jack Kirby are in blue, and the quotes from Steve Ditko are in green. And it's great. And then you found, and it's all testimony of people that from Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko and Wally Wood, and explaining what it was like to work with Stan Lee. So I guess what makes me kind of cranky is that these families, the Kirby family, Steve Ditko's, both Steve Ditko's family, were never really properly compensated for many, many years. for the money generated by these creations by their relatives, their dad, their grandfather, their uncle, especially when the movies came out.
Yeah, because I know in the one video that I got that I put out a couple years ago, I think it was like the 1975 San Diego Comic-Con, Stan Lee was talking about around that time. It was either 75 or 77, one of the two, that he was talking to Hollywood executives about getting Spider-Man on the big screen.
Sure.
So, you know, he wanted to get out of it. So
he didn't even use his real name. He was born Stanley Lieber. You know, his uncle Robert worked at Timely at the time. And that's one of the reasons why Stanley got that Gopher job. And Martin Goodman was, I think, the cousin of Stan Lee's mom. So they were all, and I don't have a problem with hiring your relatives about, you know, in your company. It's no big deal. But Stanley would never really talk about that. You know, he never would. The story that Stanley always gave how he started working at Marvel is like he was going through the newspaper. He looked in the wanted section of the newspaper, and he saw that a publisher was looking for like interns and stuff, and that's why he went. And that is absolutely not true. You got two relatives, like one owns the company, and Uncle Robert runs the company. So so there's a lot of shenanigans going on. It took years for me to actually find out, like Wonder Woman. Yeah,
he was good at making coffee. So there you go.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's another thing. Stanley was great with dialogue. Like, he absolutely great with dialogue, absolutely great with caption boxes. And he also had a great rapport with his readers. He knew how to reach out to his audience. Yeah, so there were good things about Stan Lee in regards to, you know, him doing this work. But all the other stuff I had mentioned, that just changes my view of him.
See, that's kind of what I said, that, you know, Stanley was the DJ while Jack was the composer. You know.
But you knew this though, Mike. I mean, you knew their real working relationship between Jack Kirby and Stanley.
Well, yeah, exactly. Right. You know, I mean, one always wanted to take the credit over the other. I mean, we kind of full know that, you know, a lot of this stuff came out of the mind of Jack Kirby anyway.
Sure.
Regardless.
Like all these characters were created in the early 60s. Yeah, when Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko were working there.
So, you know, because without Jack, none of this would have flew. And I mean, you know, we both know. I mean,
absolutely. Like he even created, like, I mean,
Jack's been drawing since he was a kid, basically. Sure. I mean, he drew his entire neighborhood once when I think he was like maybe in his late teens, early 20s or something like that, before he got shipped off to, you know, to fight the Nazis in World War II. Yep. I mean, I remember seeing pictures like that, at least from Jack. So, I mean,
I mean, he was already created Captain America before he was drafted.
Yeah, exactly.
And then he was in the Battle of the Bulge. He got, you know, in France, he got Frozen Feet, and that's what ended up him.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, the Frozen Feet thing. Oh,
yeah. They knew he was Jack. They knew who Jack Kirby was. They knew the army knew that he was an illustrator. So he was like a runner for the military. So he would just run messages and draw on maps and find out where all the German tanks were and drew little X's on the maps where the German tanks were. Yeah, but he was at the battle. The Battle of the Bulge was terrible. And he was there for that. And we owe a lot to Jack Kirby.
Oh yeah. I kind of like to think he was a spy. In a kind of way, going behind enemy lines, you know.
Well, there's some home videos of Kirby talking about his time in World War II, some battles and stuff, and the first time he had to shoot somebody. So they're on YouTube. Usually, when in these interviews with Kirby, like he would get a little nervous if somebody pointed a camera or a microphone at him, and you could tell he was a little not quite as articulate as he could be, really. But these home videos, like you could see, like he was so articulate, so charismatic. He had this little twinkle in his eye when he was talking about his days and, you know, World War II. And he's like, yeah, you know, this truck is coming at you and it's going to hit you. And the lieutenant was hit and his body was splattered all across the wall. And so what do? You tell me, what are you going to do when they're coming at you? It's like, you tell me and I'll buy it. And it was great. If you can find these videos on YouTube, it's like, it's fantastic. It's like, yeah, so Stan Lee, like the only interaction I had with Stan Lee was when I was writing for Back Issue Magazine. the good thing about writing for Back Issue Magazine, it was helpful for me to flex different artistic muscles. And oh boy. So
What?
I was able to write about all these comic book stories and comic book characters, and then interview all these great creators that I liked. So I did a sorry, somebody, it sounds like somebody is at the door. So I did this. I was writing an article for Forbish Man, which is a character in Marvel Comics.
Hey, Dark. How's it going? Yeah.
So what happened is that so before that, I had a friend of mine, and he was we went to school together. We were roommates together. He wanted to get into the film industry, so he moved out to California, and he was actually an extra in the Dark Knight movie. There's a scene where Harvey Dent has a press conference, and he says, "I am Batman," and you can see my friend in the audience of the new. So he's trying to get my friend to get a job in Hollywood, become an actor, and he was a bartender in Malibu. And he would bump into Stan Lee every once in a while. So my friend told me this. I'm like, listen, next time you see Stan Lee, tell him that Al Nickerson said hello. So my friend, he's out in Malibu. He's walking around. He bumps into Stan Lee. And he's like, Mr. Lee, my friend Al Nickerson, he works for Archie Comics. He wanted to say hello. And Stan Lee goes, you tell Al Nickerson that I said hello. So at the time, this is when I actually didn't have such negative views of Stan Lee. So I'm writing this article for about Forbish Man, as a comic book character from Marvel, like in the mid to late 60s. And I reached out to Stan Lee's assistant. I'm like, and I can't remember the guy's name. I think it was Mike something. And I'm like, I'm writing this article. I was wondering if I could get some quotes from Stan Lee about his then, believing that Stan Lee created Forbish Man. And could I send you some questions for Stan Lee? And I'm the Al Nickerson that Stan Lee said hi to. So, and I got some quotes from Stan Lee for this article. So at the time, I thought, yeah, that was really, really cool. So,
nice.
I guess
you got an endorsement.
Oh, not well. I was very fortunate. I was, during my writing tenure at Back Issue, I was able to interview a lot of these great comic book creators that I liked. So that was fun.
That's awesome. Bill, was that female Silver Surfer and Fantastic Four in Kirby's? No. There was
not. Nova during Burns' run.
Yeah, true. There was, but definitely no female Silver Surfer because I had those issues, and there's no way that ever showed up, especially during Kirby's run. There's no way. So, dude, and that was it. So, Galactus was totally a dude. Norrin Rad was totally a dude. So, female Silver Surfer wasn't a thing until way later on. So, and Dark Helmet, hey, dude, nice to see you, man. Great that you can join up here with us today. So, just got back from church a bit ago. That's it. So, there you go. Nice to see you, dude. By
the way, can I just say something too?
One sec here. So anyone was that female in the recent FF movie Kirby's? No, absolutely not. 100% no. So that wasn't a thing until later on in the comics. So alternate dimension Silver Surfer kind of thing. So and Sci-Fi says, Dan, nice to see you, man. Crusader's creating Hulk, Crusader Smash. Actually, this is supposed to be Sasquatch, or to speak in Americanese, Bigfoot. So
get used to it.
Exactly. So okay, Tom, yes. Go.
Actually, while you were mentioning that, I was looking up the female Silver Surfer. I think they say the female version appeared first at 1968.
What?
Again, that's AI reading it, so I'd have to look into that. Where did the female Silver Surfer come from? Let me take a look at it. Yeah, no, I think it's newer. See, sometimes the internet doesn't tell the truth, so you got to really dig deeper on that one.
What?
Yeah.
The internet not telling the truth?
I know.
That's impossible.
That's why you always gotta. I always tell people, don't believe everything you read. Do your search, double check, triple check, and quadruple check. And then if you got different sources on different sides telling the story, he's wearing a loincloth, by the way.
There we go.
But no, I wanted to go back to my response. I didn't quite give a full response because I understanding the question of the Wonder Woman thing too and their history. I'm not into that world myself, but I have friends that are into the BDSM lifestyle, and I don't judge them. They're not leftist by any means. They're actually more in the right wing, but one of my best friends is in that. So I don't judge people in that life. That's their life. It's not my life, but so that's why it's hard to judge those people. I don't, but then again, that's existed for hundreds of years, thousands of years, maybe.
Thousands of years, yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I wouldn't judge them on that. Now, if they're harming other people outside of that, that seems weird. I'm sorry. It's like the hair is coming out of one. It's throwing me off. It's like you're purposely hiding.
Right to distract you.
I know. So. What the heck is going on? He's got no hair everywhere, but just Sarah's like, man, he's got a shave. Yeah. But I'm sorry.
He does.
That's awesome. But it's looking good so far, Sarah. Looking good. But yeah, no. That's a really interesting thing. Now you got me curious. I want to delve deeper into this now, actually. So I love this history. I always like learning more of the history of what came from where, and then it's fascinating, actually. Stuff like that fascinates me.
Well, yeah, because it's all this stuff that's kind of behind closed doors. Because for example, I was listening to one podcast that Rob Liefeld was doing, and and he was mentioning about
you just don't like his.
I don't mind some of his stuff because there's certain insights that you never really hear about. Other stuff, he's just being a whiny freak. I wasn't invited to a Marvel
I still love
party,
the Deadpool character. I always will. Have long before the movie. So it's like,
but I mean, he was saying stuff. There's a lot of stuff that we don't hear about. Like for example, how much artists get paid and stuff like that while they're working for some of the companies and whatnot. And it's like, that's rather interesting, right? So because on one podcast he was mentioning like page rates, but it brings into perspective about a lot of the other stuff that we don't hear about that actually goes along, that goes on behind closed doors. Because again, we're just picking the proverbial funny book up and we're just reading stories and we never hear about the other stuff that goes on. So all of it is rather fascinating, because it's like, wow, there's this freaky stuff that's been going on behind closed doors, and that we never knew was around.
Well,
and
I can recommend some books to you. There's one book that I read like in the early 2000s called Marvel Comics: The Untold Story, and that's like a behind the scenes history of Marvel. So it's Marvel Comics: The Untold Story. That I thoroughly enjoyed, but I read that years ago. So if you have an interest in Marvel, that's a good one. There's a book that I do have. It's mostly has to do with the history of DC Comics and some other comic book creators. It's called Men of Tomorrow by Gerard Jones, who has a weird history, but it's still a very good book. So that's Men of Tomorrow. But Tomorrow's Publishing, they produce a lot of books on comics history. I got a couple like on Fawcett, and they had a book. Tomorrow's had a book called The Dark Age, and it was like about comics in the 1990s. It was just about the comics itself. It's not behind the scenes stuff. But a lot of interesting history.
I wish. No, I shouldn't say I wish. Is there? I think I might have heard this somewhere around about the underground. Oh no, there was a movie like ages ago about the underground comic book movement thing.
Yes.
So yeah, I remember that. I remember watching that. It was actually on late at night on TV. They were getting to that kind of stuff, which brought about the whole oh, what was it called? The Comic Code Authority. Man,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I remember when that was a thing. So,
well, yeah, in 1954 there were Senate hearings that they were, because comics became very controversial in the early 50s.
yeah.
Some of it had to do with EC, sorry, EC Comics. EC Comics was started by Max Gaines, and I mentioned him before, and he was the original publisher of the Wonder Woman stories. He had a son, Bill Gaines, and Bill Gaines started Mad Magazine, but it was Mad Comics before that. But EC Comics was publishing a lot of like comics in the late 40s, early 50s about crime and horror stories and that sort of thing. And a lot of people got really upset about that sort of stuff because kids were reading this sort of material. So Senate hearings trying to decide if they should outlaw comic books. So there were Senate hearings in 1954. Bill Gaines was actually brought up and he gave his testimony. And what happened is the Senate had decided that comic books don't cause juvenile delinquency. Another motivator was a book by Frederick Wertham called Seduction of the Innocent, and that's really what got things going. And he concluded that comic books caused juvenile delinquency. And the way he figured that out is like he would go to prisons and like juvenile detention halls and that sort of thing, and he would ask these young people and these convicts if they read comic books when they were kids. But when they were kids, like everybody, all kids were reading comic books, and all these people said that yes. He would talk to people in prison and like, did you read comics when you were a kid? And the convicts would say, yes, I read comic books. So Frederick Wertham had concluded that comic books caused juvenile delinquency. So that's why they had these Senate hearings. And Bill Gaines was put on, testified before that. They used a panel from a Jack Cole comic book where it was an image of a woman who was actually about to get her eye poked out with a needle. So that was a big deal. Jack Cole was great. He was fantastic. But so the Senate came to the conclusion that comic books did not cause juvenile delinquency. So what the publishers did to save themselves is Archie Comics, which was not called Archie Comics yet, and Marvel Comics, which I think was Atlas at the time, and National DC Comics, Detective Comics, got together and they created the Comics Code Authority. And that just protected them. So they had all these rules that you could not have you couldn't have vampires or zombies in comics. You couldn't have words like true crime as the title of your comic book and all these other salacious things. But that was all the content that EC Comics was publishing at the time. And EC Comics was the biggest comic book publisher at the time. So it essentially put EC Comics out of business. So Frank Miller would say that the Comics Code Authority was created to put Bill Gaines and EC Comics out of business. It wasn't just due to market forces, but yeah, these publishers got together and they created a Comics Code Authority. And what they would do is they would take black and white printouts of their comic books before they were published and send it to this guy who had a small office somewhere, and he would go through the pages to see if they could be approved by the Comics Code Authority, and then they would get a stamp on the cover of the comic saying it was approved by the Comics Code Authority, and that way it could be distributed to newsstands. And then eventually Phil Schuling started the direct market where you didn't have to have that label on your comic.
Nice.
So one interesting story, because Frank Miller there was a comic book. So Frank Miller had a run on Daredevil, and then the later run, there was a story called Born Again, which was written by Frank Miller and drawn by David Mazzucchelli, which is fantastic. One of my favorite stories. And Frank Miller got that story, one of the comics approved, where he was using blood splattered on Kingpin's face. He got that passed through the Comics Code Authority because that blood only appeared on the red layer of the color copy. So the black and white line art, there was no indication of blood. So that comic was approved by the Comics Code Authority because they didn't see the blood that was eventually going to be printed on that page on Kingpin's face after Matt Murdock smashed it with his billy club or a cop billy club.
Right. Because you could never color the blood red. It had to be black.
At that time in 1986.
I remember that bit.
Yeah, that would have not been approved by the Comics Code Authority with Kingpin Penn having blood covered on his face. But yeah, Miller got that approved by just indicating that blood on the color layer of that issue in red. So, but we don't have to worry about the Comics Code Authority anymore. So,
no, exactly. So that's what I was kind of wondering, like, because it's been years since I picked up a comic book, and I kind of noticed.
True. You got a graphic novel not too long ago.
Yeah, okay, that, yes. But I mean, a quote-unquote mainstream comic.
How dare you?
I know. Shame on me. It was Transformers #1. So anyway.
It was what?
But it was Transformers #1.
I still get Spawn. Don't hate me. I still
I know.
Oh,
well,
no,
I mean, because that was the thing.
I have no problems with Todd McFarlane or Spawn. Like I like Image for the most part. I think Image offers the best deal to creators.
But that was the thing, from my understanding, from way back when. Let me see if I get this right, because I want to word this right. If you wanted your work, I'm trying to think how to word it precisely. It was strictly voluntary to be graded by the Comic Book Authority, right? The Comic Code Authority. And then if you put in your work, then it had to be authorized, let's say, every time henceforth after that. If I kind of got it right.
To be distributed, but there was a drug issue. So there's two. Well, I'll tell the second story first. So okay. Marvel and Stanley, I think Stanley was still at Marvel. There was a drug issue of Spider-Man, and they wanted to show a kid getting high and then falling off a roof and dying. And I can't remember the actual editor, but they wanted to do this Spider-Man story where this kid dies after taking some drugs and falling off a building. But they knew that comic book would never be approved by the Comics Code Authority. So they went ahead and did it anyway and didn't even submit it to the Comics Code Authority, and it was able to be distributed.
So when did this stop becoming a thing with the Comic Code Authority? Because I haven't noticed that on a mainstream comic in like forever. Just if I pop into a comic shop or something like that, and the seal isn't there anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Yeah. So, I think in the early 2000s or late 90s, I think Marvel and DC and then Archie Comics stopped having their comics approved by the Comics Code Authority. But at the time, you had people like Image and Dark Horse and at First Comics, and they didn't even bother with the Comics Code Authority.
Yeah.
Fantagraphics, and that's a totally different story. But
well, no, that's true. Yeah, they definitely wouldn't have. So
no.
Yeah. So, but yeah, that was my understanding, that it was purely voluntary to put in your work so they could grade it.
I think eventually it became easier to get past the Comics Code Authority and get your books out there. But yeah, in 1954, you needed that little label on the cover of your comic book to get it distributed.
Yeah. So parents know that it's safe to read for your youngins.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's like, well, we're kind of way past that now. So, and then they came for the albums. So that was the thing. That was the next thing. So all your rock and roll albums. So. Because
so sorry, just to interrupt just quickly. I've been
no, go ahead.
Trying to find this was not easy, but the only time she was Silver Surfer in the actual comics was February 2000. That was Earth X 12 issue. So
that's right.
Yeah, that's the only time she ever was the Silver Surfer. So it's like she was his love interest, which sounds like a really good story. It showed Silver Surfer had a side of before he became the Herald. But her herself actually becoming sorry about the train it was only February 2000. But it was very brief, I guess. So yeah.
Thank God for that. So, so there you go, Bill. It definitely was not 100% fact that it was definitely a Jack Kirby thing. So definitely a no. Yeah, it was definitely not Jack. So
when Kirby was drawing that 3-issue trilogy of the Galactus story, like he just threw in the Silver Surfer in the comic. Like Stan Lee had no idea who this character was. Although I don't know if it was Kirby or Stan Lee who came up with the name Silver Surfer. But if you read that story, those 3 issues of the Fantastic Four, and I don't know if you guys remember this or not, but what really changed what happened to Galactus in that story was that the Silver Surfer rebelled against Galactus. And the reason why that Silver Surfer rebelled against Galactus, because he realized what humanity was all about. So if I recall correctly, the Silver Surfer meets Alicia Masters, realizes that people are wonderful and humanity is wonderful. So that's why the Silver Surfer rebelled against Galactus. So Kirby's idea was that, Kirby's idea was not that the Silver Surfer was a living being prior to this and he was turned into the Herald of Galactus. Kirby's original idea was that the Silver Surfer was just a created being by Galactus. So that's why it makes sense that the Silver Surfer would be compassionate about humanity, because he wasn't human or alien or anything like that.
Yeah.
But it was Stan Lee later on. I think they did a Silver Surfer graphic novel, and then they told the origin of Silver Surfer. And I think that was drawn by John Buscema, I think, but it had nothing to do with Kirby. So
the Silver Surfer story.
Right, yeah. So that's where you get this origin about Norrin Rand, and he's an alien, and Galactus came to the planet, and Galactus was going to eat the planet, but Norrin Rand decided that he was going to volunteer himself as Herald of Galactus if Galactus didn't eat the planet. But that was not Kirby's idea. Kirby's idea was that the Silver Surfer was never a living, breathing creature prior to being the Silver Surfer, which makes a lot more sense for that story, that original 3 issues of Fantastic Four.
Yeah, it kind of does. So
now these episodes, Earth X, was written by a guy, Jim Kruger, and art by John Paul. So I don't know, or John Paul Leon. So I don't know those ones, if you guys know those names, but that's who Earth X was written by.
That was the Alex Cross book, wasn't it? Earth X.
I think so.
Here it says written by Jim Kruger.
Who did the artwork?
John Paul Leon.
Yeah, I must be thinking something different.
Let's see. Vince Mike says, in Europe we have something similar. And so hey, the Collector, nice to see you guys. I'm trying to pay attention to the chat while we're all chatting about something and whatnot. So so hail to you, the Collector. Oh, this is a tolerant community. We will have let you known. Okay, so Vince asks a very interesting question. So how did the Comic Code Authority even pass the First Amendment? Oh, so like for freedom to say whatever the heck you wanted, or just basically ignore that. Yeah, well, I mean, it was mostly and Al can correct me if I'm wrong. It's about basically the graphics of how the story is being portrayed, I guess, in a graphic way that parents were afraid that it was going to influence children in the wrong directions, with certain pictures of violence and gore and stuff like that, because I guess because some parents found maybe some underground comics that they were afraid that young children and whatnot would be going maybe a little bit too overboard with that kind of stuff, and act out what they saw. So I mean,
I don't think it necessarily, how can I say this? Because sometimes when it comes to the First Amendment, I get a little conflicted. I think to be passed by the Comics Code Authority, you have to obey these certain rules, which over years, they were a little lax in that. And once it was passed by the Comics Code Authority, you got that label on your book, and then distributors would distribute the book. But yeah, like I mentioned, that Spider-Man drug issue, like they didn't even bother with the Comics Code Authority. It didn't have a label on it that was approved by the Comics Code Authority, but they were still able to get it distributed. So I guess the idea, well, part of it, like if you talk to Frank Miller would say that the Comics Code Authority was just created to put Bill Gaines and EC Comics out of business. It had nothing to do with the free market. But yeah, in the 50s, if you wanted your book to be distributed, you should have this label on your book saying it was approved and it was all in good taste. But does that somehow violate the First Amendment of the United States Constitution? Well, some books eventually were able to be printed and published and self-published without the Comics Code Authority approval, but that was a little bit later on. So
yeah,
you're talking about the 1970s, but also in this early 70s. Well, you mentioned underground. When I think underground, I think like all the hippy dippy drug induced comic books. You know,
it's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah,
California. Yeah, by like, you know, Dennis Kitchener, Robert Crumb, or all that kind of crazy stuff. But that stuff never had Comics Code Authority approval on it. But they were sold in head shops. They were sold in like, you know, stores that sold certain smoking paraphernalia. You know, so they didn't even bother with that sort of stuff. I was not a fan of any of that. Like, I never really liked the underground comics. You know, I was never a fan of the Fantagraphics stuff, which was kind of had more adult content in it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's a tricky situation because I can be very critical of like a lot of the stuff that Marvel and DC are publishing nowadays because I think they're very woke and quite terrible. But I don't think the government should tell me how to write and draw my stuff. You know.
Well, no, exactly. Because then,
where would you put heavy metal in that frame? Then
put what, Tom?
Heavy metal. If you've ever read those ones, like that's really mini stories, not really a series per se.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah.
Well, yeah, heavy metal started in Europe. It was I don't know where in Europe, but it was called I can't remember the name of it. But in English, it was called screaming metal. Oh, and then National Lampoon got the rights to it, and they published heavy metal in the States. But I think by that time, it was a magazine. I think it was published in the late 70s, maybe mid 70s,
roughly, yeah,
something like
70s,
that.
80s,
yeah, around there.
But yeah, they got around the Comics Code Authority somehow. But that's also the start of these comic book stores. And initially, comic book stores were just selling old comics. And you're talking early 70s. And then Phil Schilling was going around and he created the direct market where publishers sold their books directly to comic book stores on a non-returnable basis and didn't need the Comics Code Authority to be distributed to newsstands. So eventually, yeah, the Comics Code Authority had no teeth and people got around it.
Yeah. I had some friends that published in heavy metal. They would always let independent artists publish their stuff in their stuff occasionally too. There's one you brought about the drug issue. If anybody ever read the Green Lantern, what was the name of it again? It was Snowbirds Don't Fly. That was 71. I wonder if that had to go through the code. I'm guessing it would have then.
All right.
That's
you're talking about Green Lantern, Green Arrow?
Yeah, where Speedy turns out they talk about him being a druggie. Yeah.
So that was Denny O'Neil and Neil Adams. So they wanted to do this drug issue for Green Lantern and Green Arrow. And I don't know who was editor-in-chief at DC at the time. I don't know if it was it Julie Schwartz, maybe? I don't know if Carmine Infantino was there yet. And they said, no, you cannot publish this story. So right at the same time, Marvel published their Spider-Man drug story. So when that happened, then they published the Green Lantern, Green Arrow story with Speedy being a heroin addict. But Neil Adams and Danny O'Neil came up with that idea first, but DC wouldn't publish it. But then Marvel published their Spider-Man drug issue, and then DC published that particular issue of Green Lantern and Green Arrow. And the way Neil Adams tells the story, once Marvel got away with publishing that Spider-Man issue, there was some cussing going on over at the DC Comics office. That's Stan Lee, grumble, 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 grumble.
How dare they publish that story? That was our idea.
Yeah, we were going to do that first, but I don't think there was a connection. I don't think Marvel knew about. I don't think Stanley knew what was going on anyway. But I don't think Marvel.
It was a good story. It was well written. I remember having that in the 80s. I had a copy of it back then. I was like, wow, that was powerful. It was really
that cover was fantastic. It had Speedy on the cover and a needle in his arm. Yeah, and Green Arrow saying my side. Oh, it was Green Lantern showing Green Arrow that his sidekick is a heroin addict.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's even though I don't agree with their politics, Denny O'Neil and Neil Adams, they hit a lot of social topics at the time.
Let's see what else is going on here in the chat. So
the chat.
Oh yes, but yeah, I remember this going on about a couple of years ago. Yeah, there was a Kindergarten Rocketeer CGI series. I know, I heard about that. Sucks. So the original creators of the Rocketeer are. I seen a clip. I'm like, ugh. But the original creators of the Rocketeer are involved, but that doesn't guarantee good product. Yeah, it's Oh, I'm trying to think. Original creators of the Rocketeer. I thought. Oh dang. What's his name? What was it? Steve. Steve. Something.
Dave Stevens.
Yeah, Dave Stevens.
Sorry, I had to get some water. Yeah, we can talk about Dave Stevens and the Rocketeer. I'd be happy to.
Yeah. It's I thought he passed away.
He did.
Dave Stevens. Yeah, he did. But
yeah, here's something else. When did he die? Was it 2000? Oh man. Somewhere between 2000 and 2012, something like that. He died of cancer. I
thought it was earlier than that. Okay.
I don't think so. You can have Tom look it up, I guess. But there's a documentary on Dave Stevens called Dave Stevens Drawn with Perfection. I think one of my favorite documentaries. And Dave Stevens, he was one of the guys in comics and illustration. He did storyboards on Raiders of the Lost Ark. He did a lot. He worked for Hanna-Barbera as an animator. He would draw key scenes. But yeah, Dave Stevens Drawn with Perfection is a great documentary on Dave Stevens. There's some video footage that Greg Theakston, I think his name was, took of Dave Stevens, in the late 80s. I knew a couple of guys from college that were working for Greg Theakston. I'm sure I'm messing up that guy's name. And Greg had interviewed Dave Stevens, and that footage is in the documentary. It's really great stuff. And his interviews with all of Dave Stevens' friends, other comic book creators, and his sister. It's a great, wonderful, and sad documentary. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. So if you want to know anything about Dave Stevens, I would check that out. Dave Stevens is one of these guys that his very realistic, beautiful art style, tremendous craft. He's kind of like a Hal Foster, Alex Raymond, Al Williams kind of illustrator in regards to comics. Yeah, his Rocketeer I thought was fantastic. I have a couple of editions of the Rocketeer collected. I have the artisan edition, which they just scanned his original artwork. It's just beautiful. I think in 1990-91, the film came out, the Rocketeer film, which is fine. It's enjoyable. The look of it is very much the Rocketeer. It takes place in 1938. The Rocketeer looks like the Rocketeer. The guy that hired as the actor is I can't remember his name. They had Jennifer Connelly play the character of Betty, which was based on Betty Page. Not into that stuff. But they couldn't call her Betty Page or Betty in the film, so they called her Jenny. I guess after Jennifer Connelly. It's still if you like the Rocketeer, I would watch that movie. It's a Disney film. It's still pretty good. I think it still holds up. But yeah, the comics, Dave Stevens comics, the Rocketeer comics are fantastic. It's his creation. It was initially a backup story he had a couple different small publishers publish the Rocketeer as a back issue. stories, and then there was a graphic novel on the original storyline, and then he did Rocketeer New York, the New York Adventures, I think through Dark Horse. But some of the newer editions actually have all that stuff collected. Not a lot of content on the Rocketeer by Dave Stevens, but it's out there and it's just beautiful artwork. Did you guys read any of that stuff or watch any of the movies? Or
I did. Well, I mean, I watched the movie, and then it kind of encouraged when I found out. No, wait a minute. Let me think about this. Oh, apparently he passed away in 2008. Wow, that's not too long ago. Jeez.
Yeah, it was 2008, March 11, 2008 to leukemia.
Yep.
Yeah. Dang. I remember. I'm trying to think which I ended up getting first. Either I saw the movie first, or I had one of the issues first. I'm trying to think. I think I was in a comic shop. I think it was back in St. John, and I can't remember which comic shop it was. I can't remember if it was the Sorcerer's Stone or the other one. And they were getting rid of some older issues that just wouldn't sell, right? And I think this was around the time when Terminator 2 came out, so around that time. And when you would get, remember Comic Book News, the little newspaper that you would get?
Comic Shop News.
Comic Shop News, that's what it was. Yes, Comic Shop News. So I remember getting comic shop news, and it would talk about the Rocketeer, Dave Steves, and that it was getting into into production with Disney. They were going to make a movie of it, so I was like all in, loved it. But one of the extra issues that they threw in that that wouldn't sell was, I believe it was like Rocketeer #2. I can't remember specifically what publisher published it. I'm pretty sure it was before Dark Horse. It was like way totally before Dark Horse. But I wish I kept that issue because it was a fun read. I love the artwork. And it was just something about it that just grabbed me. Because it was like this basically set back in the 30s and stuff like that, and the way the helmet looked. I love the way the helmet looked.
Yeah.
And it was like just so retro. I just enjoyed it. I just enjoyed the Rocketeer comics. So, and apparently I found out later on that he got what was it, like an Ink Pot Award and I think a Kirby Award for like best graphic novel.
Yes.
Like back in the 80s. So
sounds right.
That's what I like about that.
Yeah, watch that. Watch that documentary. It explains all this stuff, the making of the movie and that sort of thing.
Yeah. But I definitely know it's for one of Rancor Steve's most fun movies.
Oh, really?
So, oh yeah, he loves the Rocketeer. He just loves it. He is on search for every Rocketeer comic that has been put out there. He is trying to find every single one.
Wow.
Yeah,
there's not many.
No, there isn't. So, but he wants to find them all. He's got the helmet.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he's got the helmet. He wants to somehow get a replica rocket backpack, and he just loves the Rocketeer, man.
Yeah, I had a roommate and a college buddy of mine. He actually made the Rocketeer helmet and the rocket pack for a Halloween one year.
No way.
Oh yeah, it looks great. Yeah, he was
really
into that, and he wanted to get into making action figures and molding action figures out. But I think he ended up working on some of the Marvel films.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I guess.
But yeah, if you want to, you can actually get the whole collected works on Amazon. Unless, of course,
Oh
you
yeah,
want,
they've been reprinted in different formats. Hardcover, black and white. I like the artisan edition. I don't care about the coloring so much.
Yeah.
That's just I like black and white anyways.
Did he or his family actually sell the rights to Disney?
Well, the rights to make a movie, like Dave Stevens still owned the character, but in that particular deal, Disney owned the rights to make a film based on the Rocketeer. They didn't own the complete copyright and trademark of the property. They just had film rights to it.
Yeah.
So what had happened was that it was taken Disney, and again, I'm plugging the documentary again, but they explain all this in the documentary. But Disney was kind of taking their time about greenlighting the movie. So apparently, Steven Spielberg, who Raiders of the Lost Ark and all this kind of sort of stuff,
yeah,
talked to Dave Stevens, and he's like, Spielberg was like, if Disney doesn't produce this film, I'll do it. And then when Disney found out that Steven Spielberg was interested, that got things going. And I think having Steven Spielberg, even though, some of Steven Spielberg's movies I like, but I think Spielberg, if it was done like Raiders of the Lost Ark, I think, more serious, because that's Spielberg's thing too. That would have been a wonderful Rocketeer film.
Oh, dude, that would have been amazing.
Does Tom not like the Rocketeer?
I have never seen it.
Really?
What about the comic?
No, I've never read it either. That's just, I don't know. I've never got into that one myself. I've been told you got to watch it or you got to read it. I've just never. I don't know the older style, but I've never. But I've always been told wanting to watch it. I just never have. I don't know.
Oh, dude, you got to download it and watch it.
Yeah, like Dave Stevens, his muse was Betty Page. Like a lot of things, and this is good advice for any sort of like writer or comic book artist who's writing their own stuff. Just put stuff in your work that you like. Like I do it with the Sword of Eden graphic novel series, and Dave Stevens did it with the Rocketeer. One of his art directors from Hanna-Barbera, animation directors, became the look of one of the characters in the Rocketeer graphic novel. And Dave Stevens really liked Betty Page, and he put Betty Page in the Rocketeer graphic novel, who was like the girlfriend of the story. And later on in life, Dave Stevens actually became friends with Betty Page, and he was taking her grocery shopping and all that sort of stuff. And they became very close.
Really?
Yeah,
that's actually interesting because I'm a Betty Page fan myself too. So it's like amazing story in her own right. So that part intrigues me actually.
Yeah, check out Dave Stevens, Drawn with Perfection, plug number 4.
I'm trying to find it actually, if you know what I mean. So, but actually, as you guys been discussing it sounds interesting.
They actually have audio from Betty Page in that documentary, and then they even took her, like Dave Stevens, like he would run errands for her and take her grocery shopping, and they even went into a comic. This is not filmed, of course, but they were telling how like Dave Stevens brought Betty Page into a comic book store that had like figures and books, of Betty Page selling like in this store, and she was all tickled pink apparently that people still remembered her all these years later. Although
and it's kind of weird because that's true, but it's kind of weird that even recently she's been making I shouldn't say her likeness, but Betty Page has been making a weird kind of resurgence again.
Really?
In comics, apparently there are these what is it, Betty Page Adventures. I'm not sure who's publishing them, but apparently that is a thing now. So of these Betty Page Adventures.
I know there's like a Hollywood. Oh, what was it called? There was a net. They had There's a documentary series. I can't remember which cable network had it, and it was like Hollywood Stories or something like that. And they did A&E, I think that's what it was, Arts and Entertainment. They did a documentary on Betty Page, and I didn't really know anything about Betty Page. I only knew of Betty Page through the Rocketeer comic. I was never into the whole Betty Page stuff. I had a college buddy who was really into the Betty Page stuff, but yeah, I was never into it. But I just learned about it through the Rocketeer.
Yep. Becoming popular with all the cheesecake images from way back when.
She had quite an interesting story in her own right, and she passed away in 2008, so she lived a long life too. So
yeah, and in the documentary, they were saying that they didn't even tell her that David Stevens had died before she died. Yeah,
huh?
Because they were really close. But I think also in the documentary they were saying that she had some sort of dementia by that point anyway. But yeah, wasn't she? Well, didn't Betty Page? She got out of that career and she became a Christian, and she had a couple of marriages afterwards.
That's what I had heard. So, I mean, either way, good on her for that. So, but yeah, that's what I had heard. So, which is pretty cool. I'm liking. I like that.
Yes.
But
that part I like.
Yeah. So okay, let me see. So,
but if you gave Sasquatch long hair, he'd probably look more like the Sasquatch from Alpha Flight.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's what I'm trying to avoid, right?
Yeah.
Because it's weird. Bigfoot Sasquatch kind of has this look. You really can't escape it, because it is a beast ape man of some sort, and even if I did it with shorter hair on top, it looks like a hairy Hulk. But if I did it with longer hair, then yeah, it would look like Sasquatch from Marvel, right? And just white. So,
did you guys ever read Alpha Flight?
Oh yeah, I got. I think I got the first 3 issues actually sitting in my closet right now, so in mint condition. Yeah, there's no way I was going to miss out on getting that. So
did you read Alpha Flight, Tom?
A few times, yes, I have. Yeah. I don't have any of them right now, but yeah, I have read them before. Yeah,
they're Canadian. Alpha Flight.
Yep, exactly. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, now come on, Mike, says Bill. Optimus Prime had a rocket pack first and Blue Streak.
Oh, good. All right. I couldn't find it anywhere. It's on Plex, so I can just watch it on Plex. That
there.
Drawn to Perfection. I'm gonna watch it now. That sounds
all right. What's Flex?
Yeah,
Plex, Plex. It's sort of like Tubi and one of those other types of things, what have you. So yeah, Plex.
Is that do you have to pay for that for the streaming?
No,
service?
it's actually a free streaming service. It's one of the.
So they have ads, maybe.
Probably,
yeah.
But I have other ways to take it from there, and I have other ways to rip from even YouTube and Plex. So.
Wait, that's right. He's talking about sailing the high seas.
Oh no, I just take it right directly from YouTube and Plex. So.
Oh well, okay then. So
there's ways to do that.
Rocketeer came out in 1982. Yeah, thanks, Betty. Yeah,
oh,
exactly.
Betty is such a good story. Like she's yeah.
Mm-hmm. Harry and the Hendersons. Yeah, see, there's that too, right? Like with the cone-shaped hairy head, right? So, and Franco Walker reminding me of something that I should be doing.
Yes.
Save.
Well, I watched. There's a lot of AI videos with Sasquatch, Bigfoot. You ever watch those ones? The AI ones where they're.
Oh yeah.
It's Bigfoot like vlogging in the forest, and they're not for kids, of course, I swear, but they're funny as heck. But they look like a Bigfoot. It's really cool looking. So AI does have some fun stuff. So, but yeah.
Thank you, Franco. I saved. So, okay. Yeah. So that's my. God, I was almost going to say Hulk. It's not Hulk.
Are you sure?
It's my. Yes, I'm sure. Thank you.
Just wondering.
So, oh yeah. No, that's what I did. So, start out with a bit of a wire mesh, so to speak, and then a rough sketch on top of that. So just kind of sketching it out and all that, and then come out with this in the end. So there you go. That's just how I do it, how I does it. So same with this here. So oh yeah, that's my line, so I can get rid of that. Okay. And because I don't want to make Franco or Vince sit for about 5.5 hours while I'm doodling and drawing and stuff like that. But wait, oh yeah, we're at the 2-hour mark. Okay, so because like I said, the family and I, we've been invited to somewheres, so I want to have enough time to get clean and whatnot. So just having fun doing this kind of stuff. So I kind of already re-sketched a few things here. And so I thought, yeah, instead of attacking something, in this case, it's going to be running away. Because heroes can't be heroic all the time.
Well, maybe she was scouting him and he caught her and she's like, I'm not ready for this yet. So I'll come back when I figure it out and figure weaknesses out and what have you.
Yeah, right. So, right. Okay. So, oh, you know what? Okay. I'm going to make this a bit funnier. I'll make this a bit funnier. I don't know how, but I'm going to make this. Let's see. A little bit. Wait, was I using pen at that time? I kind of was. Okay, cool. No, I wasn't. All right, so I'm going to fix this up here. No. So now what else? What else do we talk about here? So we went through Dave Stevens. Boy, talking about Wonder Woman. Oh yeah, that's right. You know what? And I probably should add this. Yeah, because we're also on Rumble and Snort. You have to get going. Not a part. You have yourself a good day. And we'll see you around next week. So have fun, Snort. And yeah, so also I wanted to, because we are on Rumble and on X, so to all of you that are Rumble on X, we're also on the YouTube. So if you want to check us out there, then come on over and enjoy the chat. So or if you happen to be on the YouTubes, well, yeah, then we got a Rumble chat or channel that goes on. So in case anything happens to this YouTube channel, because apparently somebody has been going around and getting the channel copyright striked on a couple of occasions.
What? Again?
Yeah, can't imagine who that is, but if you know YouTube rules, 3 strikes and you're out. So that's why the Rumble channel is there for a little bit of a. I know.
So it's not like an algorithm that picks this stuff up. Some people just contacts YouTube and says, "Hey, this guy's showing or talking about copyrighted content."
Yeah, even though it's
we have a feeling they know who it is. So yeah,
yeah. So not going to mention certain names because I don't want to give them any kind of glorification of any sort, but. Even though I got it marked that it's free to use and the content was free to use and it's in the public domain and stuff like that, trying to make it go away. So that's what the Rumble channel is for. So if you want to go ahead and just click that Rumble link and go and subscribe over there, if anything should happen to this channel here, then I won't lose all of you guys, and Rumble has more freedom of speech to talk there anyway. So same with if you're watching on X, then go ahead and check out the Rumble channel and or the YouTube channel. So either way, on YouTube we're almost at 1,300. On Rumble I gotta see, but I don't know, probably somewhere around the 150 mark. I have a faintest idea, but hey, it's not too shabby. So go ahead and check that out for all of you guys on X that happen to be watching. So, and there is the link that Vince put for King of the Rocket Men. I actually watched that, Vince. I love it. I love those old those Rocket Man movies. They're so cool. So if you want to watch stuff like that, I'm sure that Dave Stevens was like inspired by that kind of stuff. So because it's fun stuff, man. So you're also on Rumble and Francis's Bill. So exactly. Franker, I wonder who that could be. Vince blames Rancor Steve.
How dare you, Rancor Steve?
Oh man. No. You know what? I don't want to be throwing around any false accusations. To anyone or anybody. Don't want to do that. Sure. So because for all I know, it probably wasn't this person or particular people. So I don't want to lay blame where there's no blame to
That's
lay.
true. It could be anything. So
it could be anything. So you know what? Whatever. Doesn't matter. So and Vanna, can I have a letter T? Can I have a letter T? Oh my God. Okay. Doesn't matter. We're still live here. It's all good. So that's okay. Let's see. And Vince says 207 followers. Are you talking on Rumble? Really? I probably do. You know what? Because I haven't really looked at the Rumble channel lately. So I'm gonna have to have a look here. Let's have a look. As I'm taking a brief little bit of a break with my drawing hand. So Rumble. Move your ass, you cantankerous computer, and let me look at my channel.
And 7 on X. So there you got 7 people on X.
Ah! Well, hello to all you people on X. You. Locals Connect. Manage subscriptions. No, I don't want subscriptions. My content. Okay, it's going live. Oh, wow. Yeah, it is live. Totally. It still works. Let's see. 700 and 207 people. Awesome. Thank you, Vince. Now we know which one you mean. So, and what do we got here? We got Joe's Atmosphere just dropping on by. So, drive by, like, and share. Thanks, Joe. Nice to see you. Hail, Crusader Nation. Hail to you, Joe Nation. Nice that you can drop by. And hey, we got somebody new in the chat too. So just popped in to say hello, or someone's excited there. Says Northern English bastard. Oi, that depends on how Northern England you might be. If it be Canadian, or that might be Northern Ontario, or even like Nunavut or something like that. But if I'm expecting Northern English, dare I say Scottish, might be a tad bit on the Scottish side, or possibly Irish. I have the faintest idea. You don't have to dox yourself in telling where you might be, so it's just nice to have you, Northern English bastard. So hail to all you beautiful bastards. I like this guy immediately. I love that name. Can I just call you bastard?
or Northern English. I'd rather just call you bastard because it just seems more fun that way to call you, hey bastard, how's it going? Okay. All right, so back to the doodles with our favorite comic artist, Al Nickerson, and my I was gonna say, and my trusty Steve by my side, Tom. So, but that one came out wrong. So then, there you go. Here's a test. Do you like haggis? So, you know what? I'm gonna say this, Vince. I like haggis. I've tried haggis before. It's actually not as bad as they say. It really isn't. It just, that's right. It sounds gross, but it's not.
But don't they? So, they take the goat stomach, they fill it with stuff, and then they bury it for I don't know how long, and then they take it out, and then they cook it, and then they eat it.
Bill, oi. I don't know. You don't know how they actually make authentic haggis, so I'd be interested in finding out. So, as my mom,
we don't know what they put in hot dogs. It's random, so hey,
Yeah, but I don't
exactly. Yeah. So, Northern English Bastard says, yeah, call me bastard. Everyone does, including my ex. So,
exes,
there you go, including my exes. I can't be having exes. You dirty bastard, you. So
what else is going on in comics?
God, that's what makes this channel special. That's a good question.
Because like the only new stuff that I read on a regular basis is Image Comics publishes Battle Beast, which is a spinoff of the Invincible comic book series, which I guess I kind of like. Like I like the artwork. Ryan Otley, like he still does great artwork, but it's Battle Beast. And if anybody knows anything about Battle Beast from the Invincible comic, and I don't know if the character's in the animated series yet. Yeah, it's all Battle Beast, so it's all just like violence and gore, and I don't know how long that's going to keep my interest. But I like the artwork.
Artwork's pretty good. Actually, I'm going to have to catch up on that. So, because
what did you do those Spirit magazines? Did you ever go back to find those?
You know what? No, I haven't, and I should. Because tomorrow's a holiday. And so obviously nothing's going to be open, but that was at the Calgary, one of the Calgary farmers market.
Right.
So I haven't gone back. I was actually going to, because there was this one stand that, no, that came out wrong. There was this one stand that has this, authentic Raiders of the Lost Ark movie poster.
Oh,
yeah, authentic. However, the only thing is I asked them how much they wanted for it, because I mean, that's it's movie history, let's face it.
Yeah.
But they wanted like $550 for it.
for a piece of paper.
Yeah, for a piece of paper, right? But it's like the original movie poster. But the problem is
how do you know that though?
Well, exactly. See, that's what I'm getting into, right? It's like, first of all, do you have any paperwork to verify that this is said original movie poster? And
certification.
Exactly. So do you have any certification? And second of all, this poster was folded. Right, so there's a little bit of a problem with all these kind of creases. On that. So,
I was going to say that when I was in college in the summers and in my last year of college, I worked at a movie theater as an usher. So I think the movie posters came folded, and then they opened them up, and then they had them displayed.
Well, yeah. And that's how I know of it as, right? Yeah, because they usually come folded. They usually come big envelope.
and that's the way it was done. So they always came folded. They didn't come in a tube, and mailed along with the movie. So that's the thing. But yeah, it'd be nice to have it certified in a way somehow to actually kind of prove that this is actually like 1980 blah 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 blah. I actually did manage to zoom in and take a picture of it. Yeah, so because I did notice the date on it, so it is the actual date, thus kind of proving that it's an authentic movie poster from that day, which is not bad. But $550 Canadian, it is a bit stiff.
That's a lot. I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't pay that much money for that. But when you get back on Facebook, you should post that image.
Oh yeah, 100%. Vince, buy a print replica, comes cheaper. That's true.
I would.
I agree.
I remember.
Yeah, I
What's
totally
that?
would.
No.
It's about collectors, though. It's a collector. I've done a lot of sales, like and pricing collectors items and this and that. And I mean, look at Showside Collectibles, a figure. You can get over a couple $1,000s for a statue. Like some of that stuff is expensive.
Yeah.
Collectors buy it.
Yeah.
They spend the money on it. They really do.
That's right. Bill, in this case, Battle Beasts. Yeah, because that's what originally I thought when I started reading Battle Beasts, the comic, but it's different Battle Beasts than the Battle Beasts that we're used to, like from the Japanese Headmaster series. So,
it's not
this one in this
related,
case is no, it's not Transformers related. It is Invincible related. So,
okay.
And so different universe entirely. And this, the only modern comics I buy are the Energon universe and G.I. Joe Real American Hero. Yeah, I've been looking at how that's been going. So Nick and we're going to be talking about that next week. So that is the plan.
Where's that going to be?
Oh, on 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser. So, because issue 25 is out, another comic channel of sorts. So,
it's really hard
he's
to
a cool guy.
Newer stuff on the mainstream. There's not much out there, like I said, and the two big companies don't release anything worth collecting anymore. They don't. No, I tried.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's an interesting fact. See, I didn't know this. Thank you, Gap. Movie posters began to be rolled instead of folded around the mid 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Raiders was early 80s, 82,
something like that.
Roughly around that. Yeah, I think so.
God, I'm gonna look at her. Interesting. Unless I did it differently in Canada. I don't know. Maybe they just. I don't know. It's just interesting. So, and Vince, I agree. Yeah, if you can't verify it's authentic, don't risk it. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. So
yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm totally thinking. Yeah. So if next week, I'll be over at 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser. So if you want to go ahead and check that out there you go. That is the link to go to. And he's also on Rumble as well. So there you go on the Rumbles. So talking comic stuff. So you renamed it after clubbing times. So there you go. And wow, thanks. Thank you, you bastard, for subscribing to this channel. I really enjoy it and I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I don't think he buys your accent, Mike.
No, he probably doesn't. So damn it. I try so hard. So much.
Yeah, so YouTube.
Okay.
YouTube seems to be the place to go. I guess a lot of, I don't know how popular Rumble is. I do have a Rumble account, but I don't think I ever posted anything on Rumble. Like the only people I watch on Rumble are more like conservative commentators, but I do like YouTube.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on the Rumbles. So, and it's a Canadian company. On top of that,
but then I have to stop going on YouTube.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You ruined everything.
Yeah.
But see, like I don't watch television, so I gave up cable. I don't know, like 8 years ago, maybe. So I have no idea what these networks are doing, but it seems like streaming is very popular. It seems like YouTube is very popular. TikTok is popular amongst the young folks. So it'll be interesting to see where the audience gravitates to.
Yeah, because mainstream media, I mean, let's just put it this way. It's
garbage.
It's dead. It's garbage. Yeah.
I cut the cable in 2007. I haven't had cable ever since.
Wow.
Nope.
But this is good for you, Tom. If you're, a filmmaker, like, yeah, I would just put more, like, create your content, your films, and stick them on YouTube and do like little tiny shorts and serialize that stuff.
No, exactly.
Yeah. No, 100%.
I don't know how you can make any money doing that, but it seems to be the place where people go to watch their content is YouTube.
Well, money, I know making money off the YouTube, you got to have like so many subscribers, so many watches, the analytics are crazy. But to me, it's like as in film, it'd be getting noticed. Like, oh, this company wants to see, maybe shocker. Now, oh, I like your thing. Or if I get into film festivals, then they want to buy the rights and help produce some stuff. That's where the money will get made in for something like that. So, but YouTube itself, I've been doing YouTube, 13 years doing bad comedy and stuff. And yeah, it's hard to make money on YouTube. It's so hard. Oh.
Yeah, it is. And that being said, that's why you want to subscribe to Al Nickerson here on the YouTubes and Tom as well. And give him a little bit of a support, a little bit of love. And now we find out that that our newly subscribed bastard has a channel also on YouTube. So you know what?
Nice.
You know what? What I'm going to do? Turn deserves another. As soon as this chat is up, I'm going to subscribe to bastard. Terrible accent. I'm still glad to support you. There we go. I'm from Hull. Oh, okay. One of the more darker forgotten realms of rainy old Yorkshire, England. Oh, okay, because I was going to ask Hull, Ontario. So I'm guessing no, definitely not Hull, Ontario. So, right on. Well, you know what? I seem to be picking up a lot of people that come to that are watching from England, which is kind of cool. Don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining whatsoever. So, but a lot of English viewers, which is kind of cool. I'm liking this. So, and Daniel Barry, nice to see you, dude. Great that you can stop on in and watch the insanity ensue.
Happy Sunday.
So, and yeah. And Vince, oh, I forgot. I still have to catch up with Common America. Really huge circles. Yeah, that's actually a fun comic to read.
That's actually a place I got to go to the UK in the new year. I was supposed to go my birthday, didn't have the money because it didn't sell enough stuff. I'm hoping to go at Christmas. That's not going to happen. So I'm hoping between March and January and March. I got my best friend from over there, and I finally want to meet her. And I just want to take pictures of castles because one of the books I want to do is a black and white book of all castles across the UK. So I'd like to go over and scout a few while I'm there, and then save up and then do some touring and take my pictures.
So, yeah, that's my YouTube channel. So, Tom, you said it's the best friend of yours, but you've never met her before?
Online. We're best friends online, but honestly, this person has been late for work talking to me during my depression bouts. She sent me a camera out of the blue without even, and we talked when she almost died earlier this year. She was in the hospital, and I would have been the last. We've known each other almost 4 years, and we talk about everything and anything, and I just know that this person literally talks every night to me, and I talk to them, and it's just sometimes the friendship is real. I talk to her more than anybody over here. So no, I don't see people hardly anymore. So it's like, yeah, she is my best friend, I would say.
So when's the wedding?
Not I don't know. Well, yeah, anyway, that threw me off.
We're waiting, Tom.
But yeah, I want to go to the UK funny meter. So and plus, I want to go to the UK. I've always dreamt to go to the UK just with the camera and take pictures because I love castles. I have an obsession with castles, and I want to take pictures of. I think there's in Ireland, Scotland, all around the UK, Britain, Wales, and then maybe even Romania and a few other places like that. So I want to backpack and do this book. I've been wanting to do this for years.
Sweet. Okay, there we go. Now that my chat has caught up on the YouTubes, because you can't click it while you're on Restream or StreamYards or anything like that. So I have to actually wait for the
Well, you had that one thing
YouTube
that you could put
channel.
The chat. Weren't you able to put the chat to the right?
Bastard. Yeah, I did.
I like that because I mean it's hard for this because you have to watch you do the drawing, but I find that really was helpful, at least during the other show, because you don't have to have the screen as big watching you know, and watching the chat go by. It's interactive, I find, with the audience as well because they can see their comments coming to life.
Well, that's true. Let's see. Bastard says, yeah, YouTube is about as easy. Wait a minute, hold on here. It's about as easy as getting Rachel Ziegler to be humble. Yeah, exactly. YouTube are effing with people's videos, not notifying, for example. Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. And hey, not a problem. You know, hey, one creator should be supporting, you know, other creators.
Oh wow,
and stuff like that. That's how we are. Yeah, because a few years ago there was a video that I released, like it was about what was it, Transformers Earth Spark, and how they were bringing in the whole they them pronoun thing into the whole mix of stuff.
The robot
and and YouTube said, oh no, you have to clip out a certain thing out of your video. You know, and it was the exact same spot where they were like, you know, mentioning the whole they them identify now as they them blah blah blah. But I put the whole uncensored version on Rumble. So yeah, it's just crazy, man. Just totally 100% crazy. So and the Northern English bastard says, yeah, avoid the UK for now, at least until the Islamists and the communists have been dealt with.
Well,
dude, it's the same thing here. Same thing here in Canada.
Yeah, it's we're pretty much got the same thing going on. It's a little bit more extreme in the UK because they've been further along.
Oh, it's crazy. I mean, you can't even speak out against this stuff in the UK, and they stick you in jail.
No, you can't.
Yeah, exactly.
Have fun, Tom.
My friend actually said that, and I'm not going to go into it. But yeah, I'm still not going to let it stop me. I still want to do this. I have to meet my friend. I want to see castles. I want to take pictures. I'm not going to let the world stop me. The world is screwed up. I'm still going to follow my dreams and do it. You just got to be safe. Play it safe. That's all.
Just be careful, dude.
Oh yeah, you have to. You know, like I said, it's here. Know. It's coming here too. It's here too. It's not as long as it is over there, but it's here too.
But is Canada doing anything to stop it?
Not with our liberal government. Forget it. No.
Nope.
It's no. They won't bother doing anything. So, you know, for example, with all the truckers that are essentially, you know, from certain Punjab countries, what they end up doing is, I don't know, I think it was something like 7.2% of them of East Indians, you know, or the Punjabs are you know, are truck driving in this country, and they're causing about 70% of the accidents here in Canada.
Well, I know last week in Nebraska, I don't know how they did it, but they had some sort of like checkpoint, and they arrested like 200 truckers in Nebraska from other states that were illegal aliens that had driver's license from other states, and they arrested like 200 of these drivers in Nebraska. And they couldn't speak English, they couldn't read the signs, but they got these driver's license from these more liberal states.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like seeing that happen in the United States because I live in the socialist state of New York, and yeah, they give everyone a driver's license here.
Apparently, geez, I should be going to New York and picking up a couple checks or something like that.
Well, no, just
You know?
I'm going to give an example. This is going to be extreme, but this is how bad it is.
Oh,
Some of these people have been known to grape the color grape things and stuff, and they get out of jail literally a week later because they don't.
Oh yeah,
sure.
It's disgusting. It's the most disgusting. And it's happening quite often here now, and it's gross. I mean,
it is.
They're killing people. They're set, and we can't have their status. No, get them out. You create a crime, and that's one thing. I'm going to say this. I'm sorry to go political. I've never voted conservative ever. I did this time. I'll be proud to say Polyev should have get in. He would have done great for this country, I think. And,
there we go.
But and he would have gotten rid of them. It's like, no, you one strike, you're out. You do that, you don't. Your stuff gets revoked. You get the hell out of our country. I'm sorry. No.
One of us. No.
I like Tom now.
Yeah, see?
I say,
Go ahead, Tom.
Oh, here we go. English bastard, see the castles before they become mosques. Yeah,
exactly.
That was great.
That's right. It says York has some good ones, so okay. And Franco needs food because apparently he's starving to death. So you go get some munchies there, dude. And bastard. I'm just loving saying that name, bastard. So you Canadians, glad you got rid of Trudeau, or glad you got rid of Trudeau, though I'm hearing the new PM is just as tyrannical.
No. Worse. 10
Yes.
times worse.
Oh,
He's
really?
worse. He's evil. He's
10 times
pure.
worse.
He's more intelligent. That's what's scary.
Yeah.
He's more intelligent. That's the scarier part.
Exactly. Yeah, we would have gladly put up with Trudeau because he's a freaking moron. Oh, and apparently now he's dating Katy Perry. So
Katy
What?
Perry, yeah.
How many people?
yeah.
does she have to date?
I don't know, but apparently this has been going on for a few months. So Katy Perry has been seeing, and now apparently if you look on the X's, they were caught on some sort of boat and getting old mushy kissy and all that kind of stuff. So about maybe 2-3 years ago, what's her face, former Mrs. Trudeau and him got divorced secretly, quietly.
Was she a dude too, like with Macron?
Probably not, but hey, then again, you never know. So but yeah, they're an item now, so they can actually, seeing how they're both together, they can actually make one complete brain cell. So there you go.
That's the scary part about our current leader. He's actually not stupid, and he's done a lot of bad things, and
Well, and on top of that, he was never and on top of that, he was never an elected official. So,
no.
That's the other scary thing about this whole thing. So
I think that I sent you guys a link. So there is a YouTube channel I like that I watch. It's a British fellow. I don't know how you pronounce it, Akid Daily, but he focuses a lot about some of the problems that's going on in the UK now, especially about immigration and Marxist feminist government and that sort of stuff. So it's very interesting to see what's going on with UK, and my heart bleeds for the UK. Even in Ireland, I mean, they're having huge problems with illegal aliens. They just letting them in. So the thing is, I guess, and I'm wondering, well, there's two things. One, I think it was a couple of years ago, there was a report by somebody in Europe, I want to say in England, who was an intelligence officer. And in regards to all this illegal immigration that's going on in the UK and Europe, he was saying that in 70 years, Europe is just going to be a Muslim continent.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
It's scary.
I know in the States, I read an article,
totally, 100%.
I think last week, that I think it was Tom Holman was saying that since Trump has been elected, in the United States, they've gotten rid of, or they've left voluntarily, 2.2 million illegal aliens. So that makes me happy.
Damn.
We need to be doing that here.
And
Maybe we'll
Northern
just
English
ship them over
Bastard
to
Dan,
Canada,
sorry
I
to
don't
hear
know.
about your new PM. Yeah. Sorry to hear about your new PM. Gonna jump off now. Gotta get up early. Oh, yeah, that's right, because you're like about roughly 7-8 hours ahead of me. So get a lot done and hopefully get some more videos edited. As much as making content, it is time consuming. Totally true, dude. Totally 100% true.
Cheers
yeah,
to you.
so hate, not a problem. Exactly. For surviving for surviving your government so far. So yeah, I hope it gets kicked out soon. The country is really reachable. That's man. So
Yeah.
to both you and Bill, just keep standing up for what you believe in, man. Just I know it sounds very cliche, but fight the power.
No,
really.
no. I
So
believe here in
that's-
Canada, we need to smarten up and start fighting now. Things have gotten too out of hand, so we're just as bad. And it's like, but people are so droned out. Oh, it's okay. We'll change it in 4 years. We'll be too far gone in 4 years. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to own firearms in that socialist Canada country of yours?
They're slowly getting rid of them as what is he? Isn't it next year they're making it illegal, I think, or something?
Yeah. If by next year you haven't voluntarily given your guns, then you could be facing jail time.
Oh, that's so crazy. Just
No,
one way
I
to
hope
control
nobody
you
gives their-
people. It's awful.
Yeah. Nobody give their guns up. No, time to fight back on that one. Nope. And
Amen.
are criminals going to do the same? Oh, wait, no. So that means they'll be armed and nobody else? No, yeah. Think of the last thing.
You're so mean, Tom. Why are you saying such mean things?
I know.
I just
So-
speak truth. That's I know.
So Northern Bastard, yeah, no, don't worry about it. Welcome to the channel, and I hope you have fun here. So, and I'll definitely check out your content too, dude. So anything to support one another, especially if we're of the same mindset of how, let's just put it this way. Conservatism is the new counterculture, like punk was in the 70s. So, and if you're of the same set, I welcome you, dude. So nice to have you on board. Yeah, and there's the link that somehow Vince Womack happened to get at the same time that Al put it in the private chat. So,
Yeah, that is YouTube channel. British fellow talking about politics and illegal immigration going on in the UK, and it's terrible.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
that's what I hear. It's crazy. All the protests going on over in England. It makes me realize that the same thing is going to be happening here soon. And I know on the 25th, especially with the Free Alberta movement going on here, they're going to be meeting at the Alberta legislature, so to be protesting there, and on top of that, they're going to be meeting in Calgary, protesting about everything of what's going on in Canada with the high food prices, the being overtaxed and stuff like that. Like my son and I mean, we just got paid this past Friday, and looking at our pay stubs, with the federal tax and everything else that they take out of your paychecks, on mine alone, it was about $500. And in taxes and whatnot, and unemployment insurance and blah blah blah, the normal stuff that they take out of your paycheck, around $500.
It's utter bullshit. Sorry,
Which is insane.
Well, you got to pay for all that free health care and for all those illegal aliens with their cell phones and all their, well, we call it welfare here in the state.
Well, yeah, same here. So.
And
it's kind of like what my son said. It's like, it's just basically, so the immigrants can get their free money.
Sure. Well, that was happening in the States during Biden. Like Biden was just open up the southern border, letting people through. They got debit cards for $3,000. They got food stamps,
iPhones. Freaking iPhones, like a whole bunch of free stuff here in Canada. And again, hey folks, whether you happen to be watching on X or in Rumble or anything like that, and hail to you, Tim. Yes, you do see the huge circles that are going on right now. Humongously huge. Great that I can make your acquaintance.
I'll just give you a quick story, just quickly.
They're getting over $8,000 a month.
Well, a buddy of mine, one of my good friends, he works at a corner store here. And the original owner, well, not the original, but the one who bought it, he was from Iran, but he was here legally. Hardworking gentleman. He was here legally. He wouldn't hire illegals. He said no. Most of them have criminal record. He said no. And he said it's impossible to be here legally. They make it so hard. They charge you for it. They want to know your third born, blah, blah, everything. But yet, he even said illegals are so easy for it. And he left. He moved back to Iran. He's making good money there now. But he was like, no, your country has faltered. And it's sad because I wanted this. He had a great business idea. I did some work for him. He was here legally. Okay. It's the illegals that cause the issue. And that's the problem. We let too many illegals in. And this is coming from somebody from a different country saying that your country's messed up right now. And he left. He's like, I'm done.
Isn't that funny, though? I'd rather live in Iran than Canada.
Yeah.
Who says that?
Yeah.
That's how bad
exactly.
And
right?
what a nice guy. He really was a nice guy. He wasn't religious any type. Hardworking gentleman. He was the CEO of a big company. I'm not going to say much, but he was a high intelligent. He wanted to open these corner stores all across the city. Great business idea. And I did some commercials for them. And I was like, man, what a good man. But he's like, yeah, and he only hired locals. He only ever hired locals. So, but he's like, yeah, I just can't do it here anymore. Canada's not a good place right now. When a gentleman from another country says it's not a good place right now, yeah, there's something going on. So
sure,
I know, right? It's really weird. Yeah. I mean, I had this one client, and he was from, I believe he said Iran. I always get the two confused, Iran, Iraq. Anyway, and when he came here, like over 35 years ago, he said, when I came to your country, I adapted to the way you guys did things here in this country. Not, and he said now it's like ass backwards the other way around. That you have to adapt to all these freaking foreigners came in, and he said, and I know this is going to sound mean saying this about my own people, but it's stupid. It's ludicrous. He said, and this coming from another Muslim guy, but he was like pretty moderate. Like he was, he wasn't like, extreme or anything like that. He said, no, I'm actually, one of those like really passive, Muslim guys that really don't care, about.
The only thing I'm going to say,
I suppose you could say he was like an agnostic equivalent, if that is even such a thing.
The only thing about those types, I'm going to say, and nothing bad against them, is they have to stand up against the extremists in their own religion, because
that's the thing. They need a reformation.
Not good.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
Grumble. If you want to understand all about Islam, there's one book I would recommend. It's called Islam Reviewed by M. Ali, who used to be Muslim and he became a Christian. And he wrote this wonderful book called Islam Reviewed, all about the history of Islam. And it's a huge eye opener. So I would highly recommend that book. And I find it funny now because in the city of New York, it looks like they're probably going to elect a Muslim mayor, and people have forgotten what happened on 9/11.
I know. That's the weird thing. That is what I find bizarre, right? Because every September 11th, since 2001, a lot of people around the world, because obviously it was like totally 100% a horrific thing, obviously, that went on. And, we're supposed to remember what happened on 9/11, 2001, right? 11 minutes of silence, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, since that, when, like, yeah, it's that whole thing. It's like, have you learned nothing?
They haven't, and it doesn't help when you have the establishment keep saying that Islam is a peaceful religion, but then you got to look at their fruit, and their fruit is not good. Yeah. And I remember 9/11. I heard the first plane hit. I remember what I did that day. The day after, it seemed like New York City was very united, and people were more patriotic, which was wonderful. That didn't last too long. And I used to go to, there's a church. It's still up. It was right across the street from the World Trade Center, St. Paul's Church. Yeah. Not Catholic, but a very tiny old church. And it was a church where after George Washington was sworn in as president, he took Congress down to St. Paul's Church, and they had a church service, which was wonderful. And the church is beautiful. And I used to go inside of it before 9/11. Yeah, it was right across the street from the World Trade Center when the World Trade Center buildings fell. That church was used for firemen and police officers, and because it was a huge mess down there, but the church was not touched. Years later, I went to visit Ground Zero to look at the how they have the setup now down there with the memorial and everything. And I went to St. Paul's Church, and they turned the church into a tourist attraction. So it's like it's not a church anymore. So that kind of made me sad. But it was a wonderful church. St. Paul's Church right down there.
So no way to manually put it forward.
No, probably not. Okay, sorry about that.
It's just scary. That's okay. The direction it's going in, and to me, if the passive ones don't speak up, then you're still almost as bad. I'm not saying I'm blaming the person individual, but speak up against the wrongdoings of your own religion. Like, I'm sorry.
Well, what if your religion tells you to do these things?
Well, that's the thing, and that means it's not a good one. Then it's just
exactly. Yeah. And also,
then you need another religion.
And the criticism is that it's a religion. I'm not criticizing an ethnicity. I'm criticizing a religion. So people get
exactly.
all right. People get all bent out of shape whenever I start criticizing Islam because
I've met some amazing Indians, from those countries. Yeah, I said, this gentleman, he was from Iran. He was an Indian man. No, he was from Iran. What a great guy. And just one of the nicer guys I ever met. And he wasn't really into the religion. No, he was just a very successful businessman and just a good human being. But he just seen how bad Canada was going, and he's like, "Yeah, I can't do it anymore. It's harder for legals to be here, which is what's sad." So yeah,
exactly. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Okay, see, yeah, this is what keeps the pay low for people, non-legal people. Exactly. It's true. It's freaking true.
Right now, put it this way: I couldn't get
if that guy wins in New York, September 11th should be interesting. Yeah. Right.
No, I couldn't even get a grant in my own country. I had to sell everything I own because they get treated. I'm on a bus seeing them with brand new phones, new clothes, everything. I'm like, what's going on? Why are veterans not getting good money? Why are retirees not getting enough money? But yet, anyway, I can break this. I could really break this down. But yeah.
Oh yeah. Let's see what do we got going on here right now so far. Okay, so being chased while she's in a bikini from Sasquatch, aka Bigfoot in America. So
why is Sasquatch all upset?
He stepped on a Lego. So
now is Sasquatch one of the Nephilim characters that she's fighting this whole time?
I would think so, because
I'm going to say
yes. Because you're doing characters from and lore all around the world, correct?
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
And
there was an interesting guy. You know what? I'm gonna just make sure that that I got the address right, because he's on YouTube, or I should say he was on YouTube. Let me have a look here. If I think his name was Scott Carpenter. Carpenter. Yeah. He was on his show with L.A. Marzulli. Yeah, Scott Carpenter. It's the Sasquatch Awareness Project.
Nice.
So I'm going to put that actually. Yeah. Unfortunately, he passed away a few years back. Actually, I believe it was a couple years back. And he grabbed on film because he would usually go to the woods. I believe this is the channel, so hopefully I do have right. His son has like now taken it over, and I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was this one. But anyway, he was on a channel with another guy, L.A. Marzulli, and who is a again another Christian guy who does research into cryptids, UFOs, stuff like that. Really cool channel if you ever want to check it out. And so he had this guy, Scott Carpenter, on, who again, his son has taken over the channel and stuff like that because he passed away. He believed he was attacked by, let's just say, mysterious forces, right? And while he was in the woods, he had a GoPro on, right? But instead of facing forward, he put it so it was looking behind him, right? And what he captured on camera, yeah, it's probably my mic again while I was searching for the channel. So I apologize. When he put his camera in reverse, he captured on film. You can just make it out. It's actually on one of his videos, and I'm gonna have to look it up. He saw this. How do you put it? You know how when the predator, when he was in the jungle, and became invisible, you could sort of kind of tell he was there. It was really cool special effects. This guy, Scott Carpenter, he filmed behind him this orb that appeared essentially out of nowhere. And then kind of fade to reveal this essentially a Bigfoot emerging from essentially, you could say out of nowhere, right? But he kind of alluded to that, more than likely this is something interdimensional where they're coming out of, wherever they're appearing from, right? And if you subscribe to, the Nephilim theory that these are, fallen angels and spirits and whatnot, that whatever realm they enjoy being in, it's coming out of that space. So,
well, the Bigfoot lore goes back so far. It's been around.
Well, it does.
Yeah.
And he's even filmed what was it? What was another one? The Dogman that has been getting some interesting showtime here and there by other people. Apparently, this Dogman has been going around here and there lately as well. So as this interesting kind of cryptid type of creature and stuff like that. So. But yeah, all in all, he stepped on a Lego and he's very upset, while she was sunbathing. So
I love Bigfoot lore and then Sasquatch and Yeti, whatever you want to call it. I mean, there's different, depending on what I've always watched documentaries on them. It's fascinating and stuff. But I break it down. I break it down. I bring this to you. Dragons. I've always brought this point across. If you look at a dragon, dragon has been in history for thousands of years, when they record it.
Yep.
But yet, look at dinosaurs were only discovered hundreds of years ago. Notice the bones of the way dinosaurs are put together look a lot like dragons did.
Well, that was the thing, right? See, because Bill Berkeley, and interdimensional being as a point of fact, yeah, precisely. So there you go. And Vince wants to know if the plural would be big feet. I suppose it kind of would, wouldn't it? Yeah. So it would, the plural would be.
But I always say,
maybe,
did we get the putting together of the bones right? Maybe dragons did exist at one point in history. They seem recorded at one point. So,
well, see, here's the thing, right? And I know a lot of scholars or archaeologists tried to play it in such a way that because it is mentioned in the dinosaurs are mentioned in the Bible. Okay, they try to say, oh, it's probably like a in Job, it's probably just a hippopotamus or or some other creature or something like that, right? Which is just absolutely ludicrous. Because again, like what Al mentioned it in if you look in Job, right? It kind of gives a pretty damn good description of what of what they're seeing. And so was it, I believe it's like Job 40. It's Job 40. As I'm kind of looking it up. So because God. Yeah, go ahead.
It mentions the behemoth and the leviathan.
Yes. I have no idea what that was, but that's okay because it sounded cool. It mentions two creatures, like what Al says, behemoth and the leviathan. So the leviathan obviously is in the ocean, and the behemoth, it's just like in Job 40 verse 15. Yeah, look at behemoth, which I made along with you, right? And which feeds on the grass like an ox. So it's an herbivore. So and what strength it has in its loins, what power in muscles of its belly. Its tail sways like a cedar. So it has a big thick tail, right?
A hippo.
And oh yeah, exactly, right? That's totally a hippo. So, and its sinews, basically its muscles of its thighs, are close knit. So it's dense muscles, right? Its bones are like tubes of bronze. So we're talking big, thick bones. Its limbs like rods of iron, right? So, we're talking a very strong, extremely muscular creature.
A brontosaur.
A brontosaur. So in Texas, in this Texas riverbed, I'm trying to remember where it was because I've known about this for years. Because recently some evolutionists have been trying to destroy but there is a dried up riverbed in Texas, and I'm trying to remember what it's called, that has dinosaur tracks alongside of human tracks. And that famous British evolutionist, trying to remember what his name was.
Stephen Hawking?
No, not Stephen Hawking. The other one. That debated Ben Stein. Hutchins. I'm trying to remember. Anyway, he had hired somebody to go to that Texas riverbed and destroy the evidence that's there. But but this person was caught. So it's weird evidence. We're told it's like one thing, but it ends up being completely another. I mean, there's let's see. Well, first of all, here, Bill Barkley. Speaking of myths, did you see the reveal for the Mammoth Prime? Yes, I did. 100%. Vince Womack, fun fact: mammoths were still around when humans began to roam the earth. Well, yeah, I mean, they were there.
Wasn't it? Well, didn't they find a mammoth in ice, but the people ate it?
Yeah.
That actually was
Christopher Hutchins. Yeah. Yes, that's the guy. Thank you, Vince. That guy, Christopher Hutchins, hired a guy in Texas to go to that riverbed and destroy the evidence there. So of dinosaur tracks alongside that of a human. So, but yeah, going back to what you were saying, Tom. Back then just called them dragons. Now we just call them dinosaurs.
Yeah. Well, they found, I think it was off the coast of Western Canada, like, was it 3 years ago? They found a dinosaur body. Like, it had the scales and everything. I think it was underwater. And I saw photos of it. I don't think it was fossilized. Maybe it was fossilized, but it had all the scales and stuff.
Yep. A few years ago, like we're talking about maybe 20 years ago, fresh dinosaur flesh was found. Okay, not in stone, but we're talking in in for all intents and purposes soil, but it still had the blood vessels in it, still had blood. It's like basically fresh DNA, so to speak, right? Now, let's think about this. All right, that this soft material, right? This fresh, well, I don't want to say fresh, but this soft material with still blood vessels in it, and you can look it up online. It's there. Lasted like over 65 million years. Come on.
No. So was that the same instance that I was talking about, or is that a different thing?
This one, I know the one that I read about like about maybe 20 years ago, that was found in the States, and there are labs that are owned by some Bible believing Christians that do have these DNA, and they found several of them.
Sure.
Well, wasn't there a mammoth found in Alaska or northern Canada that was in ice? But the locals ate it. They didn't know that. You realize it's
the Inuit ate it.
Well, they were hungry.
Yeah.
There was no McDonald's anywhere near. I do remember them finding mammoths before, and it was all preserved. I don't know if it was the same instance that what Tom was talking about, but around Alaska and stuff. Yeah, they find these things. But we got to look at the big picture here, and it has to do with everything that we've been discussing, in regards to Canada, illegal immigration, politics, all these supernatural things that Mike was talking about, dinosaurs and trying to destroy the evidence of man, existing the same time as dinosaurs. Yeah, like the enemy, I think those that are actually running Western nations, they don't want us to know the truth of things. And so that's why they want to control people. They want to control people in regards to the medications they take. They want to control elections. And, you think you're voting for somebody and someone else gets elected for some reason, or someone, what happened in Canada recently, or what happened here in the States when Trump was running again, and the Democrats put somebody in the position of the Democrat candidate who wasn't even elected into that position or was voted on. So they just want to control things, and they're evil. They hate the God of the Bible. They hate what the Bible says. They want to indoctrinate everyone, keep them sick and dead and replaced, and that's how they control everyone.
Yeah.
And I like what Mike was saying, although I'll change it a little bit. Mike was saying that conservatism is the modern day punk rock. I think there's a lot of truth to that. I think Christianity is really the modern day punk rock. And I like that idea because Christianity rebels against the evils of the world. And I think true Christians are certainly in the minority in this evil and wicked world that hates you. But so far we have it pretty good here. I mean, there are martyrs in the Middle East and other, in Africa, Christians who are actually being martyred for their beliefs, usually by Muslims. But for now, everything seems to be okay as far as being a Christian in the United States, which is a good thing to some extent, but a bad thing because I think it also creates a lot of false converts. Because when the time comes and the Muslims take over and they put a knife to your neck and they want you to yell out Allah Akbar, like, what are you going to do?
Well, precisely, right? You don't know unless you've been faced with that situation. And I mean, I'll be honest, I don't want to be faced with that situation. I really honestly don't. But you got to think about, what happens afterwards, to put it bluntly, do you deny, a possible eternity in heaven, by, oh no, don't kill me, I convert. Oh, well, then you might have just made a little bit of a mistake there. Then,
well, Jesus was very clear about this. He was talking to his disciples, and he said that if the world hates you, remember it hated me first. And look what they did to him. Look what they did to all 10 of the 12 disciples. They were all martyred. The Apostle Paul, he was a Roman citizen, so when they killed him, he wasn't tortured. They just chopped his head off, which sounds like a pretty good way to go. I would, if I had a choice, I would prefer that way to go.
Yeah, quick. You wouldn't really feel anything. So, I mean, just boom, done. You're
like Stephen was stoned. If you read the book of Acts, Stephen was stoned, and when they were stoning him for being a Christian, like he saw evidence of heaven when he was being stoned to death.
Yep.
So yeah, this world is finite. The Bible tells us that life is like vapor in the wind, and eventually we're going to spend eternity somewhere. And there is a loving but just God who is in control of everything. So yeah, you need to put your faith and trust in him and repent and be born again, and then you'll be made right in God's eye. But until then, this world's terrible.
Let's see. Bill asks, why has the beast in the drawing got a pepper?
What?
There, I'm a pepper. Do you want to be a pepper too?
What?
I'm trying to. What do you mean he's got a pepper?
I don't know.
So, something went over my head. I don't know.
Anyway, by the way, totally off topic. While we were talking, do you know an actress I always liked? I don't know politics and stuff, but Diane Keaton just passed away.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was yesterday.
Or was it yesterday or today or whatever? But yeah, no, I didn't know that. It's like just read that now. It's like, damn, she was awesome.
What a bummer.
I used to like some of her stuff. She was funny as hell when she wanted to be.
Yeah, seemed like a pretty nice lady. So, yeah, that's rather sad. So, it's
our generation of actors we grew up on are all going. It's like it's just you're getting old when. It's like,
right. God, do we feel old?
I watched. Well, I haven't watched the Ozzy Osbourne special, that documentary. I watched the John Candy one. Oh, I cried.
Oh, yeah, how was that? I haven't seen that yet.
Oh my gosh, that was amazing. You will cry, you will laugh, just the history of everything, and then the dark side of how he struggled with depression and other things. But he was just very few things bad anybody could ever say about him. And Bill Murray actually says, "I got one thing," and he tells his goofy, but he said generally you can't say anything bad about John because he was just a generally good human being, I guess, and just a good man, and just wow, what a good. Oh, like I said, I cried, I laughed, the whole thing. It was just such a well done documentary. Oh, wow. Perfection. And yeah, just one of my favorite. He inspired a lot of my characters on my YouTube channel at the time, and just over the years, like he was such a good comedian, but a good person outside of the industry too, I guess. So
he died of a heart attack, didn't he?
I think so. Yeah, they say mentioned Macaulay Culkin actually talked about it because he said they found his body in the bed, sitting up with a Bible in his hand. So he was reading the Bible. Yeah, and as I didn't realize the business acumen he had, though. I didn't know he was a part owner of the Toronto Argonauts. I didn't even know that. I was like, what? Him and Wayne Gretzky? And
yeah.
It's like, holy gee, like he was a busy man. Like just so much he did. It's just, but like Second City, the way they talk how that he was from Second City, which I used to love, and then watching that on television, Second City television, and just the history, and Dan Aykroyd and Martin Short and all of them. They interview a lot of good people and some big name, Tom Hanks, and because he worked with Tom in a few films, and Tom was really good friends with him, and it's just wow, powerful, well worth a watch.
So John Candy of Uncle Buck and Trains, Planes, and Automobiles.
Wow, my all-time favorite film was Plane Train. That's one of my favorites he ever did.
Great movies.
Yes.
Oh, they're fun movies, man. I love those movies.
Well, I guess Uncle Buck was written. It's a John Hughes film. It was written for John Candy. It was like he and John Hughes were really good friends. And John Hughes is of my favorite, like Pretty in Pink, Breakfast Club, and stuff. Like he wrote Uncle. Club. Yeah, he wrote Uncle Buck specifically for John because he's like, yeah, no, we got to do a movie with him, and I'm writing this character for you.
Did John Hughes direct Planes, Trains, and Automobiles as well?
I think he might have as well, yeah, because him and John were good friends. They were really close friends. Like their families would hang out and everything. The doc really goes into depth of how they were really good friends, I guess. So it's like, wow.
Well, because Breakfast Club, that's like my generation. That was like that came out I think my senior year of high school.
Yeah, Pretty in Pink, Breakfast Club. That was a lot of good John Hughes films.
I never saw Breakfast Club. I love, one of my favorite films, but I never saw Pretty in Pink though.
Oh, I love Molly, so I had to. Molly Ringwald crush in the 80s. So,
And I think a year ago I saw for the first time St. Elmo's Fire.
oh, that's
You know what? That's one I have never seen yet.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
I might have seen it young, and I don't remember it, so I was like, eh.
I know I'm supposed to be. Is it Gary from? Is it what is Pop Culture something? He has a YouTube channel.
Pop Culture Minefield. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm supposed to be on that at the end of November, I think, because
Okay.
they're going to talk about Blade Runner.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was neat because I was watching one of their live streams and I can't remember what movie they were talking about. I think I can't remember what it was, but it was a movie I liked, and I chimed in on the chat. And Gary's like, and I think he interviewed me once before this, and Gary's like, "There's Al Nickerson, there's that comic book, beep 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 beep." But he was flattering. That's the way Gary is flattering towards people. So he's he's like, yeah, Al, whenever you want to be on the show, let me know. And then I noticed that they were going to do Blade Runner. They were going to, I don't know if they watch it or they just talk about the film. I'm like, that is my favorite film. I want to be on. So yeah, that's going to be at the end of November, I think. So
Gary ran the first Blade Runner fan club on the internet.
Really?
So yeah, the biggest one. Yeah. If anybody knows his lore, it is Gary. 100%. So
that's
right.
my all-time favorite film too. That literally is my all-time favorite film. The original.
Oh yeah. Before he handed it over to another Gary, and apparently that Gary is thinking about letting I think he let Gary know that this Gary wants to hand off the website to another person. So Gary over at Pop Culture Minefield talked to Gary Ambrosia if he wants to take it over, right? Yeah, I know. There's a lot of Garys. So, but yeah, if you want to go check that out, go check out Gary's Pop Culture Minefield right there, and his website. See, Vince has it all. So,
you know what drove me crazy about Blade Runner is waiting for the theatrical release to be released to DVD and even VHS. It never was out there until they finally released the theatrical, which I like the international version the best. But it took forever for them to release that. They had the director's cut. I'm like, no, you got to keep the narration because that.
Oh, I don't like Tom now.
Oh, you have to. I'm sorry. That scene at the end where Rutger Hauer is doing the speech where he improvises.
Oh yeah.
That's the narration with him helps tell that story. Like I cry at the end of that scene. It's so powerful of humanity and where we all question ourselves of how long do we live? And he mentions that scene, and that's such a powerful scene.
Wait, I'm a little confused. Yeah. When you talk about the narration, you're talking about the added stuff that the filmmakers didn't want, that Harrison Ford didn't want to do. The overdub of Harrison Ford's narration through the film.
Well, there's that. Yeah, exactly. But it's him and Rutger Hauer, that final scene, the tears in the rain.
All those moments will be lost in time like tears in rain.
Yeah, he did that. He came up with that on the spot on his own. And
they were doing a reading of the script, and Rutger Hauer came up with that stuff when they did a reading of the script, and it's fantastic.
And it questions humanity and what he's seeing. But then Harrison Ford does the narration after, explaining what he saved me. And it suits that scene perfectly. And I cry at that scene because he questions his own humanity. And like, exactly, because he just wanted to know. They only had 4 years to live. And he's like, why can't I live longer? And it's just, wow. And the question of humanity and why. And it's like, that whole scene still gets me to this day. It's just
it's a great scene. I just don't. I mean, I saw the movie originally in the theater when I was a kid. I was underage. It was the first rated R movie I saw. My dad brought me because I love Star Wars, and here was a science fiction movie with Han Solo in it. And 12-year-old me did not get that movie. When it came out on VHS, I loved it. And then I saw the director's cut like in the early 90s, and I like that better because I actually don't like the sappy ending and I don't like the narration. And then the final cut came out a few years ago on DVD, and that's my favorite. I just love it.
It's a powerful story.
I just want the ultimate cut where it's like every scene that they left out of the very original movie put in.
Well, the
I want
international
the
includes a bit
super
more.
mega ultimate
Well,
cut.
I heard that there were. I only was aware of 3 different versions of Blade Runner, but I heard there was a 4th. But I guess there is because I've never saw this universal cut.
Oh yeah, there's like five altogether, including the workshop one. I bought the DVD set; it has all of them on it. Finally, when they released everything, I was like, okay. And international has a little bit more than the theatrical in North America, of course, which I like. International always
and those came out before the final cut or after?
Before, but it was still after. It took forever to release everything, which drove me nuts.
Oh.
So
because there's one scene that Harrison Ford as Deckard, he goes to see his buddy who was shot in the beginning of the movie when he's in this like little healing chamber thing.
Yeah, that's not in. I don't think that was in it. Yeah, they took.
I just seen photos of that.
Yeah.
Huh.
And there's an awkward scene. People don't talk about it much. There's an awkward scene in Blade Runner. They call it the semi-grape scene. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, that's a very awkward scene to watch when he's with whatchamacallit and kind of forcing himself on her. It's like
Sean Young, yeah.
Yeah, that's a very awkward scene when you look at it now.
It almost looks like he takes advantage of her.
Yeah, it does. It's like, whoa.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, I know which. Yeah,
but it's a powerful
talks
film.
about that too.
Yes,
because in the final cut DVD, they have like an extra DVD. It's all like special. It's the history of the making of the film. And it's like 4 hours long. It's like absolutely fantastic. So they talk about everything in that. And she talks about that too, because she was young, and that scene for her was very uncomfortable. And I think this was her first acting job, and Harrison Ford did not like her too much.
Apparently that's why she didn't want to be in the new movie.
Was she asked?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, there is no new movie, Michael. How dare you?
Okay, well, you know what I mean. So
I did
the 2049 movie.
Oh yeah, that was
apparently Sean didn't want to be.
I didn't know she didn't want to be in it. It was an awful movie. So
apparently, she did not want to be in the movie.
Oh wow, that's weird.
Yeah,
because her character is mentioned in the film.
Yes, and so apparently they had to write it that way because she didn't want to be in the movie whatsoever.
That's weird. Because what else is she doing?
I don't know. That's the weird thing. Bill, I have all the various cuts of Blade Runner in a DVD set. By the way, I like Blade Runner 2047. You know what? I didn't mind it. I know that there was an animated show, I think computer animated show or something like that. That's kind of in between the first Blade Runner movie in 2047, so I never really checked it out, so I haven't the faintest idea if that's any good or not. How they tied it in with the Alien universe, or I suppose you could say now Alien Predator universe, because it does mention Weyland Yutani.
Because they're into, which is weird how it's tied into aliens. But
wait, what? Can you explain that?
There is on one of the screens, Tom, you can probably explain it a little bit better than I am, but yeah, on one of the computer screens there is a mention of these not really replicants, but I believe it's replicants, something about Weyland Yutani, and I think it's something about merchandise of some sort.
Is this
I'm not
the
sure.
sequel?
Well, Ridley Scott
No.
has said,
This is the original.
Ridley Scott has said the Blade Runner universe is tied in with the Alien universe, or in the same universes.
Are they all the same? I know the people that own Blade Runner and Alien. Predator and Alien. It's the same movie franchise, film company. Do they also own Blade Runner?
Ooh, you know what?
I don't know.
Check now.
See, that's how Alien and Predator
question.
work together so much, because the same film studio owns both those franchises.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just know storyline wise, Ridley has said yes, they're in the same universe. Blade Runner and Aliens, they are from the same universe.
All right, I got to look this up now.
Okay. Vince, question for the panel: replicant or human? I'm assuming you're talking about Deckard.
Yes. Human.
That's a very deep question. Yes.
Yeah, Tom's going to argue with me, but I can explain how he's wrong.
Because it's originally it was. I have yet to read it. Actually, I got to go read. It's called "Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep?" That's what the story's based after.
Yes,
and I've yet to actually read that, and I got to go read it someday.
It's not this. It's totally different canon because in the book, Rachel's a little girl. She's not an adult.
Yeah.
And in that book, Deckard's never mentioned as a replicant. They did sequels based on the original film, and Deckard's never mentioned as a replicant. The two writers of the screenplay for Blade Runner both said that Deckard was not a replicant. The replicants in Blade Runner only lived for 4 years. Deckard has been around for a while. He was a Blade Runner and he was retired, so he's not a replicant. Also, he gets his butt kicked a lot in Blade Runner, so he's not as strong as or powerful as a replicant.
But Rachel was a replicant too, but she lived for many years.
Yes.
They said.
Well,
so.
yeah, but she was also new. She was also a new replicant. Deckard has been around for years, and also he has a past, and he had a boss like after he was retired to ask him to come back in again. So they all knew Deckard for a very long time. So there's no way he could have been a replicant if he could only live for 4 years. Ridley Scott has said that is a replicant, but I don't believe it.
Let's see. Okay, so Al says no, human. Tom?
That's a hard one. I mean, I'm closer on Al's side on this one.
Oh, good. I like Tom again. You know what's weird?
Okay,
guys,
so saying human.
I can't get anyone other than you guys, and because I've recommended Blade Runner to all my friends, and the people that I didn't grow up with that were part of that generation, they don't get Blade Runner. They don't. One of my best friends watched it and he hated it.
Huh?
Well,
I can't get it. It's like a weird niche, like a weird. I don't know if it's a generational thing. I don't know if it's like a certain because it's not Star Wars. It's not Star Trek. It's kind of gloomy.
No.
It does, like Tom was alluding to this theme within Blade Runner where it's like, what does it mean to be human?
Yeah.
And maybe people can't grasp that. I don't know. Maybe it's too deep for them. I don't know.
Probably
dystopian.
Yeah.
They kind of on the existence of humanity. The replicants only live for 4 years. They want to live longer. They just want to live their life. They were escaping. They were slaves and they freed themselves. They didn't want to be prisoners. They just wanted to live a free life. And they were really, when you think about it, Roy wasn't he did bad things, but he was freeing himself from slavery to wanting just to exist a normal life with Chris. But, in a way, they were held by the big major corporation. They just wanted to live longer lives and live a normal life. But the company had them as slaves. So it's really deep. It's like there's so much inner storytelling to that. It's just, wow,
I think you're correct. I think Roy Batty, that was his view. They only lived for 4 years. But my view is never trust a robot. So that's why we need Blade Runners. That's why.
Unless it's R2D2.
Say if you were a human and you found out, okay, I got 4 years to live. You can't say, wouldn't you want to just try to live the life to your fullest and find out?
I have two answers for you. Well, this is kind of the same answer. One, this place is terrible. So when God takes me out of here, I'm very cool with that. Second of all, we are talking about works of fiction. So I want to make that clear.
Right.
But also, we're talking, you made a difference. You said human. Like, I think humans are humans and robots are robots. I don't think they're equal in any way.
Right. Yeah. See, Vince. Yeah, exactly. See, that's why. Well, I'll tell you in a second here. So it depends on which version you watch. Director's cut, replicant, theatrical version.
And I know why he says that. Too.
Exactly.
I understand. I still disagree, but I understand why he says that. Because the theatrical version, you have Deckard talking about, like, Decker's speaking throughout the film, and he never once says, "Hey, maybe I'm a robot." Like, he never says that. And also, when they were making the movie, they went over budget. So then the investors came in and they took control of the film. So that's why there was a narration throughout the movie, because that's what they wanted. That's why there's that sappy ending at the end, because that's what they wanted. It's not what the original filmmakers wanted.
Right.
So there's that. And also, if you don't believe me when I say never trust a robot, watch the movie Ex Machina.
Oh yes, yeah.
Which
With
I think
Oscar
I just
Isaac.
spoiled things, but yeah, you should watch that.
I think
I've seen that twice.
mostly
Actually,
everybody
yeah.
did
Oh, all
that.
right. So
Yeah.
I love that film, Tom. But
Yeah.
when I was watching that movie, because a friend of mine, she recommended it, I was watching it. I didn't know anything about it, like the ending. I'm watching. I'm like, this movie's terrible. And then the ending came about, and I'm like, I love this movie. Without trying to spoil anything.
It's an excellent film. It is.
It is an excellent film.
Yeah.
It reminds me that we need Blade Runners.
Actually, yeah.
And I think last week Tom was saying that he liked Alien Earth.
Yeah.
I watched the first, I think, 3 episodes of that. And they get into that kind of thing too, where they take synthetics, I think that's what they call them, and they put people's, I don't know what you want to call it, their personality, their mind, their soul.
Consciousness. Yeah, their consciousness.
Okay, yeah. Which I don't think you can do. But that's what they did in this TV show. And it's just the same sort of thing. Like, they're not, the artificial beings. And they had this weird conversation in the first episode. Well, I can't remember the term they used. It was about this whole process of going from being a human being to being a robot. And they used the word transferred or transformation, or it sounded like a trans thing, which sort of, really creeped me out for many reasons.
Threw you off. Right.
Now, those robots are of the same design as the replicants, because again, it's in the same universe. That's the cool part about it. You think, whoa, are they more advanced versions of the replicants? How many years apart was that? It's really cool when you really dig deep into that too.
Well, this is new news for me, saying Blade Runner and Alien are part of the same universe, but they are different though, because in Blade Runner, they bleed red blood, but in the Alien movies, the synthetics bleed white blood.
Well, they're different companies. There's the Whalen Company, there's the Tyrell Organization, all different major companies that rule the world. That's what's cool. That's what cool. And let's be honest, we're getting to that point in real life. State Street, Rock. Anyway, well, let's go there. But it's about the 4 or 5 companies ruling everything. And they each have their own different designs, and that's why one wants the alien technology, the other doesn't. They don't mention the Tyrell Company from Blade Runner, but they did exist at a different time. They might have renamed it, but it digs really deep into it. Yeah,
that's interesting.
I thought it was kind of a little bit bizarre that how they kind of explained that when people of the world realized that the government wasn't going to essentially look out for them or anything like that. These companies rose up and decided to basically run humanity in a sense. And I'm thinking, wow, how stupid the people of this fictional Earth must have been to hand over all their rights, everything that they are, to basically 5 super companies or whatever the heck it was, right?
But then
there goes all of your basically your God-given rights. And for some odd reason, I'm thinking, I don't think the United States would be like, yeah, sure, go ahead, take my freedom of speech, take my right to bear arms and stuff like that. I'm like thinking, this sounds like complete and utter bull crap.
Yeah.
But
it's like, it's happening. No, it's happening. No. Microsoft,
in a weird kind of way.
It is. So it's actually happening. So it actually is coming to fruition, which is scary.
Yeah.
COVID.
Well, I mean, you look.
COVID.
Yeah. You look at Google, whose income basically rivals that of third world countries alone.
Yeah.
That's a really weird.
They have power in the
thing.
government more than other things. That's why they can do things, and
And exactly, Bill. Yeah, exactly. They have Alien Synthetic in Predator Badlands now. So here we go.
One thing
that
really good. Because I watched the first 3 episodes of Alien Earth, and I like the first Alien movie. Fantastic film, and I even like the second one because it's so different. But this Alien Earth thing is just like I couldn't get into it. But what really turned me off was a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if it was a showrunner or a producer of Alien Earth who said that Alien Earth it's not part of the same canon as the Ridley Scott Alien.
Apparently, it's not the same canon as Prometheus.
Yeah, not
Canon.
Prometheus. Yeah.
But that's the same. We're still saying the same thing, right?
Prometheus is different. They kind of went a little askew with that direction, and I think they're backtracking against it because it was a lot of people were not happy with Prometheus.
But that's still Ridley Scott, though.
Sort of,
True.
but now they're separating it, though. It's like, yeah, that didn't quite work out. That didn't exist. Let's reboot. It's like, yeah.
Oh yeah, that famous word going around now. Let's just reboot.
But Ridley Scott, he directed Prometheus.
Yeah, he did.
But it was bad. It was so bad that it threw the lore off, and people were like, yeah, they're kind of separating that lore from Prometheus, and I think the two after it, maybe even, or maybe the one. I don't remember. They were so bad. And
but I want to know what happens with David.
They're trying to fix it again. So, and what have you. So, yeah.
But Alien Earth is not the same canon or same universe as Alien.
No, it supposedly is.
Yes.
It's not the same as Prometheus, but it's the same as Alien.
Yeah.
I'm still confused because isn't Prometheus and the films after that Ridley Scott directed part of the same canon on Earth as Alien, the first movie?
They were, but they're now distancing because they're like,
it
wasn't. Yeah.
Mike talks about all these different Garys, and now I'm really confused about Alien.
I know it is confusing because it get lost. It's like what? But yeah, Alien Earth is more connected to the Ridley Scott universe than Prometheus was because they're kind of distanced from that universe because they're like, oh, that really messed it up. So let's pretend it didn't exist. And I know it's stupid. It's like,
because what if you like those movies?
I know. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I actually didn't mind them, to be honest. It's just it didn't do so good. It's like, let's distance from that. So I didn't hate them. But yeah, they're going to distance that side of the storytelling and then go back to more the Ridley Scott or or Ridley's version, like her universe and stuff.
You know what? Another Alien movie I liked, I think it's probably my third favorite of the Alien movies is Alien versus Predator.
Oh, they're good. Oh yeah.
The first one.
Yeah.
I thoroughly like it's just like fighting aliens and predators, and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yep. First one, fun. Second one, that could have been better.
Second one I couldn't watch.
Yeah. So, no, I didn't mind the first one. I know a lot of people kind of griped about it, but I thought it was pretty cool.
It's a fun film.
I don't like I said before, I don't like much, and even if it's fun, but yeah, I did enjoy Alien. I thought it made sense,
It did. No, I know what I hate, and I didn't hate that. So, but there we go. I think I'm pretty much done with this. So, our Alberta Stallard versus Bigfoot.
So she was sunbathing.
Yes, I'm gonna put it as such. So, sunbathing. I probably should have added
in the forest.
Sure.
On the top of a mountain, because that's usually when you're in the mountains.
on top of a mountain.
Yeah, she likes to get away from people so she can, be in private.
That's right.
Yeah.
I probably should have added some sand, so that would have actually made it a bit more funny. Well, maybe I can do something like that.
Maybe she was in the grass. She was in the grass with the towel and just like.
Yes, there you go. Because that is a thing too.
Yeah, Bigfoot would be more in the forest, hiding in the trees, than on the beach.
Exactly.
You'd say.
Unless you're, what was it, Jack Lynx? Whatever. I'm just throwing in whatever. Doesn't have to be serious. It's not about the seriousness. It's just having a little bit of fun. So there we go.
Exactly.
Is that Kirby Crackle?
It should be. You know what? Yeah, actually, it should be Kirby Crackle. So I know. I just picked a brush and just went with it. So I love my Kirby Crackles though. That's why I liked Ron Lim when he was Super Surfer. Added all the Kirby Crackles in the
I had a friend who loved that run.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's why I love Silver Surfer. Well, one of the reasons why I just really enjoyed his artwork, especially
mean
in Silver
her?
Surfer.
You loved her.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So
Silver
they are
Surfer.
changing that for the comics now too, aren't they? Aren't they going to make a female?
Yeah,
Silver? It's not just Nova; it's just like an actual new Silver Surfer is female.
yeah, because apparently they're going to be putting out Death of the Silver Surfer and replacing him with a her, and I'm like, God.
But even the FF movie, I think, did worse than Superman. So why would they want to do? Why would the publishing end of Marvel want anything to do with a flopped film by making that change?
Because we've angered the karma gods, and this is our punishment.
Yeah,
so
they just don't care
I haven't
anymore.
the faintest idea.
They want their agenda no matter
I
what.
don't
We'll
know.
lose money. We don't care. We're just agenda.
Exactly.
Just stop.
All right.
Vince. Yeah, it would have been funny if Bigfoot stole her bikini top. I was thinking about that. So I really was. So, and her arms cover all the vital parts. So you could get away with it.
Yes.
You know what? I could.
It's not going to pass the comics code, though, Mike.
Well, yeah, you got a point there. So, but I'm already done.
I mean,
so...
technically, I could go in as a friend who used to know fashion designers. She's wearing a string top, but a full bottom. Technically, she should have a string bottom or a full top. You mix and match your bikinis.
Oh well, yeah. I what do I know about
how does Tom
female fashion?
I never knew that. How does Tom know about bikinis like that?
Well, I'm a photographer. I've worked with models, so.
That's how.
And yes, save. Gotta save.
Explain. Yes, save. Totally saving. 100% save. There we go.
If you can find
Totally
it in this
saved.
tiny
Okay.
little PC versions of, oh God, going back to that, damn, it's so small. That's why I'm glad I got my Mac hooked up again to my third monitor. There was a plug. I was like, it's a tight squeeze. I got 2 laptops and a PC, but at least the Mac version is bigger. So it's like, oh, I can see. So yeah.
Nice. So yeah, there you go. Finish another drawing. I'm kind of amazed. You know what? I wasn't exactly sure what I was gonna do, but I just kind of wanted to do something because I know I'm going to eventually draw it in the comic where she's going to be running away from a foe. So you can't be tough all the time. And I thought, you know what, I'm gonna practice a shot like that. So
That's cool, actually. So yeah.
It is. It's fun. And I haven't drawn a muscle-bound character yet. So I thought, okay, I'll make this the perfect opportunity to do that and draw a character with muscles, not Hulk. Even though it reminded me of Hulk. Dang it. And exactly.
Hulk? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. And just do something like this. So just have fun drawing. So yeah, there we go. So again, if you're looking for a graphic designer, and I'm waiting actually on one person to get back to me, so hopefully this person is serious about wanting to commission me. So but if you happen to be watching on X or on Rumble or on the YouTubes, so if you need a graphic designer, I'm your dude. So there is a website. Check out some of the stuff that I've done. And if you happen to be watching on X and you aren't following me on X, then is the link right there on top of that. But hey, if you're watching, then already you might be following me as well. So, and for those of you that are on the YouTubes or on X, then go ahead and just find me at the Comic Relief Crusader over on Rumble, and go ahead and subscribe right there on the Rumbles. And you know what, hey, if you just happen to be on the YouTubes or not on the YouTubes just yet, then yeah, it's basically the same thing, the Comic Relief Crusader. So come on over, subscribe like we did with an English bastard that happened to subscribe, and we welcome you into the insanity that is this channel. So
and don't forget, if I may, for you too, just there's 9 people on X. Don't forget to come over to the Rumbles and the YouTubes and give us a subscribe as well.
That's right. Like
Yes.
and share and subscribe and do all the kind of fun stuff that that one needs to do. So because yeah, again, we're almost at 1300, so we're having fun doing this. Other things, yeah, I know it's so close. I'm thinking of other stuff that I'm planning on doing to this channel. I think I might have definitely something for Thursday, but I'm going to be talking to a few other people, and what I got planned is it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun, and it definitely has to do with comic books. So I'm going to have to find. I'm going to have to find some sound effects. So there's your little teaser right there. So in the description, we have, let's see, Flip City Magazine. Woo! So it is like the cracked and mad magazine of our day. So Kitty over at Flip City Magazine, go ahead and check out their website. You can go ahead and peruse through their catalog of stuff. And you can also download a free magazine. And if you like what you see and you want to go ahead and subscribe, which I highly recommend that you do, then use the coupon code CRC for 10% off a yearly subscription to Flip City Magazine. And here on this channel, we also have a artist of our own that worked over at Marvel and DC and Archie and MTV and everywhere else, which is this gentleman right here, Mr. Al Nickerson, and his YouTube channel. And go ahead and plug away, sir.
Oh, yeah, I do have a YouTube channel. I don't add videos too often. But yeah, if you're interested in the Sword of Eden graphic novel series, check out the Sword of Eden at theswordofeden.com. And yes, you can buy it from, online, eBay, Amazon as well, comic book stores if you like to purchase comics at a local comic book shop. Sword of Eden graphic novel is being distributed through Filbo Distribution, and I'm talking to a new distributor to get the Sword of Eden graphic novels into Christian bookstores. So hopefully that will go well.
Sweet.
Mm-hmm.
And do you still have incentive covers left?
I still have the Trump covers. They're more expensive. They're $30. So that's why I don't. Well, I'm not going to say, but yeah, they're $30 each. I know you mentioned you wanted one. If you want one, Tom, well, I can send you a free one, but you'd have to pay for shipping, because shipping the graphic novel to Canada, was like $20. So
are you serious?
Oh yeah,
yeah. I sent Mike.
Yeah.
I sent Mike two. I think both of them. I can't remember. I sent you at least Shinobi, and
yes,
$20. And I sent one to Dave Sim, and it was like $20. And that was in Kitchener, so that wasn't farther from me in New York.
Yeah. Plus, on top of that, we have the mail.
And now you don't even have mail. So it's just like,
I know.
Yeah, right?
Waiting to figure that one out. It's gonna be fun.
It's tough. See, that's one of the good reasons for me to have a distributor, because when the Sword of Eden was being sold through ChristianBook.com, they were shipping books all over the world. It didn't cost me anything. People in the Philippines bought copies. People, even if you have a comic book, if you're in Canada and you want a copy of the Sword of Eden graphic novel, ask your comic book store to order it from Filbo Distribution, because they could ship you a copy as well.
Yeah, exactly, Vince. So make a Trump 2028 cover.
A Trump 2028 first.
That would have been.
But
really good.
we just wanted to get Trump back in the office, in 2024. So that's
exactly.
Funny. But people do buy it.
And anything else going on?
Not for me. What's Tom doing?
For you? That's right. So, and that's right, because we have our geeky classic leftist Tom.
Me.
And do you have anything going on?
Oh gosh. Well, my second eye is getting done on Wednesday, so I'm going to be laid up for at least 2 weeks. It takes about 2 weeks to get back to focus. They put a lens inside my eyeball, so I have to let it right in. It takes focus. Once I do, my eyes are better. I got to get new glasses to be able to see close now. I can actually see far away. So it's going to help my photography career, my video career, and everything. But yeah, I get the cataracts removed on Wednesday. I go in. Besides that, I've been trying to do some game streams. I'm working. See, I'm trying to make money on my actual career photography and video making, it's just been so busy. So I haven't been able to do much on the YouTube channel because life and real stuff and, trying to keep normal hours now and other what have you. But so not much. I got to finish the film again. I want to rework it because I want to re-edit it before next year to put it in a film festival. There's some changes I want to make. I'm hoping to do that here soon. And I'm going to be creating some video art. That's all I can say right now. A friend of mine gave me an idea. It's kind of like you ever see French films of just random black and white stuff and maybe poetry or something. Somebody said, just do that. You're a very artistic. I'm like, okay, I guess. So whatever, I'll try it to do with my poetry because that's my poem book there, Lost Mind. And my movie is called Lost Mind about people's mental health because sadly the world doesn't deal with people's mental health, especially men's mental health, which is actually a big part of Steve's channel as well. That's why I always like being on with Steve because he always talked about mental health on Manorama because men don't look after our mental health and the society doesn't care about it. And men are like jokes nowadays. It's like, oh, stop it. So that's why I delved into that with this horror short here, along with my poetry book. So we need to focus on that and help each other and have each other's backs. So,
amen.
There we go. That's right. So to all of you that's watching, even if you happen to be watching this, I mean, this is what we do, especially on a Sunday. So we draw, we doodle, we have a little bit of fun, we talk about some stuff that's going on, and
we got deeper than usual today.
Very good wow. I know, right? Which is kind of like weird in a way because we ended up talking about politics and talking about the freaky deaky stuff going on, like in I don't know, it's almost like secret society stuff with what was going on with like Wonder Woman and the very weird stuff that was going on behind the scenes of this couple that ended up like, I don't know, I can't put it all in words. It was just like freaky stuff.
There's a lot going on in our world that we don't know about. So yeah.
Yeah, right.
Well, that's why we have to educate people.
Well, yeah.
Exactly. We are and yet informative, or at least we like to think we are. Oh yeah, that's right. And we ended up talking about the Rocketeer and the fun stuff behind that, and Betty Page, and
an Alien,
an Alien,
and how robots are evil. Blade Runner.
That's right. Exactly.
So there you go. All the things that I enjoy talking about.
That's right. We should be a conspiracy channel.
No.
Well, that's why you have the Flip City guys who I like a lot. They
exactly. That's right. They're turning the frogs gay out there. So
and that totally Flip City goes after left and right. Anybody, they just make fun of everybody. That's what's awesome about
exactly. It's fun. So yeah, how many now? 6 until 13 subs, 1300 subs. It's a good question. Close. I'm gonna have to actually land because we're probably like really, really close right now. So approaching to 1300, which is not bad. So 1.29 subs. I'm gonna have to look on my YouTube studios. So other than that,
you're just trying to go 4 hours, aren't you? You just want to make it to the 4 hour mark.
Yeah, I am. I totally am. So 7 away from 1300. So because I want Vince to be on the cusp of having a sore ass. So that's why I'm trying to make it to at least 4 hours. No, I'm kidding. And Tim, that's why I'm answering every message on top of that too. Message incoming. Okay, I will check my messages really soon. Okay, so anyway, no, I'm kidding, Vince. So you guys are great out in the chat. Thank you very much for joining in, having fun. Whether you happen to be on X, whether you happen to be on Rumble, and of course here on the YouTubes. So, and Northern English Bastard, if you happen to be watching the rest of the show, I will totally and unequivocally check out your channel and have fun. So there you go. And check the message I sent, says FKHC 2005, otherwise known as Tim. I'm guessing you're wanting me to look right now.
I guess he wants to see you look at live. It could be something there. So.
Yes. This is
is what I'm sensing right now. So because it seems like we have a copious amount of people in this chat. So like Vince and Bill Barkley, and now Northern English Bastard and FKAC, otherwise known
If
as
any of you guys
Tim.
know a cheap way to get to the UK,
And-
tell me. If there's a cheaper way to fly over there, please tell me. I'm trying to get over there.
Go illegally.
Right.
But
yeah,
how?
there you go.
Plane, boat, what? It's like,
Go by boat. You Canadians have boats. Hop in a boat, just
dress-
head on over. It'll be free.
Yeah, right. Dress really warm and go cargo in a jet.
oh, shit.
My God. Okay, Tim, I'm going to bring this up now. Let's do this.
What does he have?
Because I enjoy Tim's memes. What does he have? Let's see. As we were doing Bigfoot today. Yeah, Bigfoot explained. So hold on here. And it's coming. It's coming. At least it better be.
Oh, there we go. Ah! Oh!
Dark Horse published a Han Solo Indiana Jones crossover once. And that reminds me of that crossover.
Yes, I've seen that. Tales.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the Millennium Falcon
exactly which one you're about.
comes to Earth, and then Indiana Jones is going through the forest, and he finds the Millennium Falcon.
Yep.
Neat.
I love that story. It's a fun story.
It is a fun, sad, but it's fun. Yeah.
And also from Tim. So
a deer in headlights.
Deer caught in the headlights. Yeah. So. My God.
And when you thought things could not get worse.
Exactly. Then he sends stuff like this. So yeah, Japanese girl in American game, American girl in the Japanese game. So
interesting.
Yeah, but that game is bad though. That's that Yotai game they're referring to. Super political.
So,
she's extreme left idiot.
There we go. Okay, guys. So now that we have officially made it 4 hours exactly, and almost going to be 4 hours and 1 minute, and I'm going to let Tim go, and Vince and everybody else, all of you guys go. Yeah, titillating Tuesday. We'll see you then. And if everything goes a-okay with what I have planned for Thursday, and if I can get some sound effects ready and stuff like that, and the people gathered around, there's gonna be a new thing going on Thursdays. So comic Relief Crusader comic reads, where we're gonna be having. I'm trying to get a bunch of people together. Bunch of guys, bunch of gals together, and gonna be starting to read comic books. But we're gonna be doing this with a little bit of fun, a little bit of voice acting kind of thing. So, and we'll start with Marvel's First Family of Fantastic Four #1. And so I'm trying to get my Ben Grimm and Sue Storm and people like that all gathered up and try to get some sound effects ready and really have fun with this idea. So, because I know a lot of people out there do, comic book reviews and stuff like that, especially, some people going through old issues and stuff like that. I figure, you know what, you might as well just have fun with it and kind of make it like a radio show in a way, right? And just have fun with it. So that's what I got planned. Cool. So as for Saturday, I had one movie planned, and for some odd reason I got a copyright strike or something that I had to switch it out because Universal said something. But I'll have another movie for Mike's Movie Matinee, and then coming around again on another Sunday, we'll do this again. So to everybody out there, subscribe to these fine gentlemen, and we will see you guys soon. So to everybody out there, take care, and this is normally how I go out.
Be excellent to each other.
and party on!